Good evening, everybody. Hat's still on because shirt's, or hair's still not fixed, I should say. We are in court. So it means it's jacket time. Oh. We met Godot in the last episode at the end, so we'll learn more about him besides the ingenious buildup of his reputation for having never lost a case because he's never had a case. I got caught up, admittedly, on having to destroy yet another just abysmally under-equipped and underprepared individual on Facebook. I did make I generally adhere to the very wise philosophy, do not read comments, because the comment sections of local news outlets and stuff like that on Facebook are cesspools of ignorance and just stupidity. However, I have a harder time ignoring it when it's a family member who's being one of those people, and then I feel like I have to say, hey, because I don't want to bring this up and make everything awkward at a family function, I am going to call you out here. Because when somebody says something that's stupid, I'm going to call you out. It's just a matter of how you want to do this. I can do it at the family function, make it all awkward as I make you look like you're somebody who has no idea what you're talking about, and, you know, in this case, emasculate you in front of everybody, but I don't think you want to do that. I respect good arguments. Even if they're opposed to my own point of view, I will respect people that can come forth and give me data and research to back up, and when I say data and research, I don't mean random Facebook video. Data and research to back up their claim. You can't do that, I'm gonna assume you're full of shit. Exactly muted. I guess I've never really been too... I've never dove too deep into YouTube video comments just because I already knew that from Facebook, so I assume it applied to YouTube. But I don't really know too much, and obviously we don't have enough people that comment on our videos to have like that sort of issue. So you could be right, I don't know. I just kind of avoided it on YouTube because YouTube's not something that's like thrown in my face, but when I'm on Facebook and a relative says, your relative commented on this, and I see the article and I'm like, okay, what the fuck did they say? And then they say something stupid, I'm like, no. But the shitty part is, you know, people that have that ignorance of views, whatever you say, no matter how well reasoned it is, no matter what research you can back up, they're just not gonna believe you, right? Because it's a matter of their lack of understanding and inability to understand. So ultimately it's futile, but however, getting that out at least means that I don't have to be awkward around that person next time I see them. Whether they want to feel awkward's up to them. If they feel shame for their bad opinion, then that's up to them. But will have gotten the aggression out, and we'll be able to be civil without any issue. But yeah, let me say hi to everybody. Gold nuggets are brilliant sometimes if it's political video. Yeah, I wouldn't ever, I don't even watch political videos on YouTube because no matter what side of it they're on, they don't tend to be very good in general. So I try to stick with objective. It's impossible to get extremely, even with the Associated Press, there's some slight slant, right? But I try to absorb the information as objectively as possible and then make my own opinion on it instead of hearing the bias. Although I do find it, and I know I would suggest everybody do this, and it may hurt you. It may it might hurt your soul to do this, but I really suggest, excuse me, that you take in information from the opposite side. Why? Because you're going to have to argue against these people at some point because they're going to have similar views. And taking it in ahead of time really helps you to figure out, first of all, you're hearing it from the other side, so it's giving you a better understanding of how they think, which is good. You want to be able to, the easiest arguments to destroy are the ones that you can actually understand and attack because you understand each point of view. And you can say, okay, this is why you think this. Now here is why you are wrong for thinking this. Here is why that premise is false to begin with. It's a little hard to argue with somebody when you have no idea where anything's coming from. So I actually do go out of my way sometimes to listen to what the other side has to say, so that I get perspective and a better understanding of why they are making the arguments that they're making. Not everybody was taught to do that in school, but that's very good. That's one of the best, the best basic pieces of advice that we're given in law school is you need to address the other side of the argument. You can't just make your own argument and ignore their argument. That's going to make your argument look very weak. So, sorry, I wouldn't call that a rant, but just, you know, a little discussion about that. Hey, thank you to Landscape Mindscape for the follow on Twitch. All right, sorry, let me say hi to everybody. I didn't really do that. Stando, Zara, Daisy, Ran, Mr. Dominguez muted, Possum, Adamski, get your streams, but combination of schedule and me getting sucked into the trails of cold steel. Dude, I've never played one, but I've seen I kept seeing the most recent one going on sale, and so I checked out some gameplay. Those games look really cool. So I feel you, dude. Vanessa, and I know I saw Virus. Who else was here earlier? Shad, Trap, welcome from Discord, and Kazuma. Alright. Sorry. Oh, is that you, Virus? I do have a neck indeed. I wear it loudly and proudly, with hair on it. Whenever I try to look up your ASMR channel, I'm not finding it. I'm gonna try doing it on desktop. That might be a better way of doing it. Whenever I try it on mobile, I can't find it. Oh yeah. So I understand why you're saying that, Daisy. But here's a problem with being like that. It's better to it is very good to understand that extremes of either side are rarely ever correct, right? But being completely in the center at times have you talking out both sides of your mouth as you're trying to please everyone, and there are a lot of circumstances where that doesn't work. So just something to keep in mind. There are some things I tend to be more... See, I don't feel like I'm in the center on anything, but I will cross over depending on what the issue is. But the issue with being completely in the center is that it almost seems at times that you're talking out of both sides of your mouth, meaning that you're kind of saying one thing, but you're then saying another thing that contradicts the first thing that you said, and it seems like you can't make up your mind. No. I'm not saying being neutral is bad. I'm saying there are inherent flaws to being neutral, just like there are inherent flaws to being either extreme, right? However, if by being neutral, you mean I avoid politics, that's entirely different. That's saying I don't have an opinion on that because I stay out of it. Well, then that's you know, that's up to you. If you don't want to get involved in that, then, you know, I respect that. But, so there's a difference between those two situations, and I'm not sure exactly what you mean, I guess. Hey, Ventus. Yeah, I started a little earlier, Cosmo, because I didn't have shit to do, and I kind of want to end just a bit earlier. Not that we're still going to get 4 hours in, but ending a little earlier than we would have if I would have started later. Yeah, if you just don't like being political, then that's fine. I can understand that completely. Well, modern politics suck in the US because it's generally you're on one side or the other, and there's this two-party system that makes any type of opinion outside of these what you're assumed to have a predetermined outlook on things based on, oh, you have to fall under one of these two categories. It makes discussions outside of that very rare, and if they do happen, if you're arguing with somebody in one of the other categories, and they won't, you know, something will happen and they just won't agree with you. Not happy with my hair? I'm not happy that it's uneven. Pirate Party, yar. Yo, what's up, Mystery Gamer? Yeah, okay, so one more quick rant, and then we'll go on, because I don't want to spend too much time on this. SJW has become such an overused term that it's completely diluted at this point. What it meant in the beginning is not what it means now. And in fact, a lot of the people that became anti-SJW themselves become SJWs, and it's really ironic and funny. Because you're gay and support gay marriage, how does that make you an SJW? That wouldn't it be really stupid to be gay and anti-gay marriage? It doesn't make, see, those types of opinions don't make any sense. They're stupid. I didn't know the Pirate Party was a real thing. Good for them. Yeah, not to be political, but smash that like button, idiots. And that's why it's just important to be educated about things, and, you know, because then you don't have those that I feel like the one, and this is anecdotal, so there's no real evidence to back this up other than observation, which is poor, admittedly. But from what I see, the friends of mine that are the most educated on this stuff don't feel the need to be so loud about it. Insecurity tends to breed projection. So. Is that you being gay equals social justice? Where they don't. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. If they are against people being gay, even if that's the case, the people that are gay are not SJWs. That's not what an SJW is. That's so stupid. Hey, what's up, Ether? Yeah. And hey, as long as you're voting, you know, you're doing what you're supposed to do in terms of having your voice heard. I do believe voting should be mandatory. Force people to care about what's going on at least one way, you know. Because I hate when people bitch about something and I'm like, oh, did you vote? Oh, no, I didn't. Why? Oh, because I hate how the two parties... No. Even if you hate how the two-party system's set up, then you need to vote on that third or fourth party that you're looking at. I don't want to hear the bitching if you didn't vote, because you didn't care enough to actually have your voice heard. Hey, dog, what's up? Yeah, the message you saw was from yesterday, not today. Free dental care and a pony. Those are some big promises. And that's sad. I know a fair amount of people that didn't vote either, and I'm just like, okay, then I don't want to hear what you have to say about politics, because you obviously didn't care enough. Oh yeah, because I want it to be chill in that I want to get my point across, but that point is also that an implicit part of that point is I'm not gonna judge you guys for having the opinions that you have, but like, because we're not talking about like the opinions one way or another, right? It's about forming the opinions, why you have the opinions. Are you expressing those opinions in a constructive way? It's all about the foundation. Because as long as you have that foundation, I can respect your views, you know? At least respect the hard work that you put into them. I didn't feel like waiting in line for hours. Yeah, which, I mean, I do it, but to be fair, I think mail-in voting would be really nice. Super political, but then vote, yeah, that's the... I honestly didn't know they were a thing, Rand. That's interesting. I'm gonna do some research today. Yeah, punks by definition are more political because that's like part of their whole movement and like persona. Feudalism. As long as I get to hold a sword. Yeah, we started off, I went on a little mini rant because I was talking about how I get tired of seeing family members post comments in news Facebook posts, and you know you shouldn't go read the comments anyways because don't read the comments, but when a family member does it, it's irritating. Can you go back? The Sith party. Which makes sense. If it's like that much of a hassle for him, he should be able to. I'd have no problem letting someone like that get to the front of the line. They should. No, feudalism is garbage. It's a joke. Yeah, when we get to 10 likes, we will give out dip points. Putting in blank votes is a legitimate form of voting. Why is that any better than voting for someone that you actually believe can make a difference? That just feels like you're avoiding it more than anything. I don't see that as a legitimate form of voting. I think if people truly cared and didn't just want to talk really loudly, they would actually go and vote. Even if that person has no chance of winning, that's making your voice heard. I don't see, not voting has not done anything to help this country. Maybe it has, but I'm trying to rack my mind. A situation where it was influential in making something happen. And maybe somebody will be able to correct me, but I can't think of a point in time where that was something that happened. Cyclops? I mean, dude, don't insult Godot like that by comparing him to Cyclops. Ugh, that tool. No, but that's what I'm saying. You don't have to vote for the lesser evil. You vote for the person that you believe can make a difference. There are a lot of different parties in this country and a lot of different leaders of those parties. But you have to reach a certain threshold to actually get put on the ballot though, right? But you could still vote for them anyways, even if they're not on the ballot as a little circle fill-in option. I am curious. I don't know why he wears the visor. I've seen like gifs of him like steaming, and I'm like, Is it overheating? Why is it overheating? Why is there a heat source? Like, yeah, I'm not suggesting just vote the lesser of two evils, not at all. I'm saying if you believe that that's a problem, then vote third party, vote the fourth party, vote the fifth party. There's a lot of different parties you can vote for. And until people, I guess this is my main point. Until more people start feeling that way and voting for those other parties, things aren't gonna change. Not voting doesn't change it. Not voting isn't actually going to change the two-party system. People actually have to be more willing to vote for another party in order for that to happen. Well, if he's a cyborg, then I look forward to engaging in a battle of wits with a heart machine being. Put Beast Boy in office, not Robin. Fuck Robin, though. I see. Oh, yeah, you're not in the US, right, Adamski? I should preface this that when I'm talking about this, I mean the US. In the US, obviously, it's different than other countries. So yes, you might be correct. I don't know. That I completely forgot that you were not in the US. That's my bad. But then there has to be a preface from your end saying, when I talk about this, it's from a different perspective, just like I have to do that, because that doesn't really apply to the US, I wouldn't say. He's too busy? Isn't everybody too busy? Well, I guess he's got Batman to worry about too. Which, it sounds like you're somebody who's like, I voted, I felt good about it, and I didn't feel the need to yell at you about it. People that feel the need to yell at me about it, even though you didn't vote at all. And that's fine. You think Robin will cut Batman the slack? It's obviously Batman just running the show behind Robin as his puppet. All right, so we went with the kind of mysterious, smooth voice for Godot, right? I think that's what we voted for. God, you throw religion in Daisy, and that's a whole nother mess too. So it sucks that you were put in that situation, and I understand your dislike. Some would say those aren't political issues, and that's part of the problem, is that people politicize them, even though they're pretty straightforward human rights issues, but that's a discussion for another time. What did you say? I've never prosecuted a case before. Never? I just gave him a lot of southern accents different. But you said you've never lost before. Exactly. I've never lost. I've never won before either. Quite arrogant for a beginner, aren't you? Even the mightiest of all redwoods begin their lives as mere saplings. Yes, but a mask in a court of law? You guys know why this is irritating, right? The dude has literally been whipped in court before by a whip. That was fine. Oh, but a mask? That's where I draw the line, good sir. Oh my God. That's a good question, Kazuma. I'm interested in seeing, is it just that he bought into the reputation that was built up because technically he hasn't ever lost? Yo, what's up, JB? People like getting mad, Sando, that's true. Like I said, it's projection. They like projecting. Because, well, you see, Miss Von Karma was actually experienced, so it's okay for her to have a whip. But you, the first time in my courtroom wearing a mask, that's just inexcusable. And that's the other thing, Stando, is in a lot of cases, what you see is the what they call it, the vocal minority. People just like to be loud, even though they don't represent the views of the majority, and they actually make it seem like their crowd is a lot bigger than it really is. Huh? Don't you know anything? No matter the man, we are all wait. Okay, dude. No matter the man, we all wear masks, either on our faces or over our hearts. For once, I agree with the judge's reaction. This guy is the real deal, all right, Nick? Why does it seem like all prosecutors are the real deal? So we finally meet Mr. Phoenix Wright. See what I did there? Nick, is he a friend of yours? No, I don't have any friends that call me Trite. Just who is this masked man? I returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. Well then, Prosecutor Gobo. It's not Gobo. It's Godot, Your Honor. In any case, please give your opening statement. Opening statement? Those things are not fit for even dogs to consume. Whoa! Whoa! Dude! I'm pretty sure I'd get kicked out of the courtroom if I ever said that. You always need to stand up every time you have something to say. No, in fact, rarely will you stand up. You'll spend most of the time seated. In the US. Obviously in Japan, the entire setup is different. I'm not even sure they have chairs. Of your brother? Your brother has a very smooth and mysterious voice. He's truly the most classical man. Is he supposed to be like of Latin descent? Hey, Rave. So we're gonna go through like the newer ones too. But I know we're gonna do Danganronpa, the second Danganronpa game after this too. I still wanna play A Link Between Worlds, but I had an issue getting that set up, so we just moved on to this. I'm gonna be playing the most recent Atelier game, Indivisible. I don't know, I have a bunch of stuff. Tales of Symphonia is more of a retro game. I'm probably gonna play another Persona, one of the older Persona games at some point, just because I love those games and I haven't played them in forever. Either 3 or 4. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I just was noting that I don't remember ever seeing chairs. He almost fainted from standing too long. Well, I would guess with all the stress, he probably was dehydrated. Yeah, I saw it's on Steam for 20 bucks, and that's the golden version too, which I don't have, which is cool. So I'm gonna scoop that up. I mean, My Cousin Vinny is actually a pretty good movie from like a procedural standpoint relative to other attorney movies that you see, law movies. But that's mainly for dramatic effect. Because think about it, if people were just sitting the whole time, would you have found a lot of those scenes as dramatic? Probably not. Even in murder trials, which are probably the trials that I've seen the most like movement in, don't move nearly as much as in the fiction that you've seen. There you go. I like the open mind, Ether. Yo, what's up, Lugia? Kingdom Hearts mobile is inch to Switch. Oh, the most recent mobile game? That had something to do with 3, didn't it? I have only one thing to say before we start. To you, Mr. Trite. That's Attorney Trite to you. Are you familiar with the saying, it chain is only as strong as its weakest link. I wonder how much you can withstand before you and your case break in two. I'm not gonna lie, that dude would be I'd be intimidated. Well then, let's hear from the first witness. No, Mr. Wright, you get no opening statement. Well, fuck. I'm gonna get a haircut on Friday, so... but yes, that's why I'm wearing the hair, or the hat. I wanted it to let it grow out, so that when my barber cut it, it was going to be a nice cut, as opposed to the I did what I could with it cut. Which is what would have happened last week, because there wasn't enough hair to make it like a nice even cut. He's a demon from hell. He's gonna shoot laser beams out of his eyes. Stereotype that lawyers are heartless, political, snobby, rich. Sarah, do you confirm this from which way? My brother can even answer that. Some are, some aren't. I've met really good lawyers, like good-hearted lawyers. I've met people that I would definitely put under that category. I don't think there are as many of them as the general public would believe. I think that's a smaller percentage of them, but the problem is that those tend to be more visible figures, and so it's easier to then associate everyone else with the most visible figures, right? In terms of like, you've actually heard of them, you've heard of what they've done. Philadelphia, in terms of the court stuff, and I haven't seen it in a while, but I don't remember it being terribly accurate in terms of what generally happens in court, but I'd have to watch it again. Honestly, the last time I watched it was before I went to law school, so I can only tell you based on now in retrospect from what I've learned and what I remember saying. I've gone to my barber for 23 years now. I trust him to make things right. Is he going to physically abuse Phoenix? I mean, I guess the others have so far. My name is... No one has asked for your name, witness. Oh. The important thing is what you know, that's all. No, no, no! Not correct at all. Name and occupation is key foundation. This is obviously somebody that's never been in a court of law before. This dude seems like he watched a lot of courtroom shows, didn't actually go to law school, but then walked into court. It was like, I don't care about your name, all I care about is what you know. Did we watch any court-style films in law school? No, because most of them are hot trash. We talked about them in class before, but most of them are like hot trash. That will only cause to give us, like, encourage us to engage in poor behavior. Confident, but ill-prepared. Filibusters are crazy. I can't believe that's... to be quite honest, I can't believe it's allowed. I am, and the judges too. We just must bow before him. Start talking. We're listening. Yes, sir. All right, witness. First, let's hear about... What do you know about the thief that stole the urn? Yes, sir. Demon skin is forged from plot armor. Mass the Mass is a master thief that first started his crime spree 6 months ago. He's so confident that he sends his calling card before he even commits the crime. This was his 5th heist, and as usual, he sends a card to Lordly Taylor. On to Lordly Taylor. His pattern is to always go after only the most precious art pieces. That's why we're so sure it was Mass the Mass, sir. It fits his MO to a T. 0 and 0 is still a winning percentage of 0, though, rather than 100%. So then the actual identity of this master mask is... Mr. Godot, what are you... We're in the middle of a trial here, Mr. Godot. I will have no telekinesis occurring in my courtroom. Blacker than a moonless night, hotter and more bitter than hell itself. That is coffee. I'm sure you can grant me at least this much, Your Honor. Oh, please, proceed. Very well, it's only coffee after all. What? You can't be letting him slide this early in the trial. Proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Now, Nick, what are you going to do? As long as they haven't brought up Mr. Delight's identity, all we can do is show that it wasn't Master Mask who stole the urn. I mean, that's pretty slick, Stando, to be able to do that. I didn't hear about that. I should look into that, because that sounds pretty cool, actually. Someone slid it down his table like a bartender. Who? He has nobody on his side! I would agree with Muted Daisy. I do have a degree in psychology, but I'm not a therapist, so I can't give you any therapeutic advice, because I am not qualified to do that. Oh, I respect the coffee game. I wish I could drink black coffee like that. He is a man's man, as Mr. Dominguez, I believe, said. No, it's okay, I understand. I just want to be honest with you instead of trying to, engage in something I'm obviously not qualified to do. They can be expensive. It depends on if you have health insurance. If you're still on your parents' health insurance, you might. I mean, you're pretty young, so I would assume that you are still on your parents' health insurance, even if you're not currently living with them. So it might not be that expensive. I would suggest looking into it. I would suggest, if you're in the States, you can talk to your county's Department of Health and Human Services regarding something like that, because that could be helpful, because it's not a private place where, generally those are where you can get more affordable plans, like payment stuff. Depends on the state, though. I know if you were in my state, that's what I would suggest. Have you been involved in the investigation from the beginning? Yep, nobody knows more about the thief than me, pal. It's true, I'm a Svari, author on thieves. An author? He's written books about thieves? I think he probably meant to say authority. The fact that this guy can slip through even my finger shows how good he is, pal. It's easy when those fingers happen to be butterfingers. So nobody knows more about the thief than you, huh? You got it, pal. Except maybe for the thief's mom, that is. Isn't there someone who knows even more about him than the police? You don't mean Detective Zvari, do you? Who is this person? Zvari? It sounds German. His name is Luke Atme, sir. I guess I shouldn't have made up such a silly name for him. What the heck? I guess he's not all that famous after all. Anyway, it's true that he did manage to retrieve the last item the thief stole. Oh, I see. It seems you're not the expert you claim to be. Well, that's not entirely true. Just because he's not as good as Luke Atme doesn't mean he isn't also an expert. But I guess you did say he's an expert because no one knows more than he does, and that claim seems to refute exactly what he said. Looks like the thief is now toying with me, even now. Hey, Scarlet. Yeah, what Scarlett said, there's definitely like clinics around that are geared toward helping those who can't necessarily pay for, you know, top end type of treatment. And some of those, you know, and don't assume just because, you know, you go to a place like that, the therapists are going to be bad. There are a lot of people that are very good and choose to work in those circumstances because for them, it's just about helping people. And as long as they can get enough, they can make enough money to get by in life, they're not like super worried about making exorbitant salaries. Hi, Darius, read you. That would be quite awesome, Stando. I'd read it. I'd listen to the book on tape at least. If you cut his salary again, well, he'd be below poverty line. Have you seen all these so-called calling cards? Of course I have, except the person in charge of the treasure exhibit never brought their card to the police. I didn't see this one until after the crime occurred. That's because Detective Atme stopped Miss Andrews from taking it to the police. Was the calling card that Lord Le Taylor received authentic? Well, all the calling cards have one common identifying feature. But we're not releasing that information to the general public. Well, you probably have to release it to the court. But you're absolutely certain that this card is real. Gumshoe can't say it out loud, but I bet he's talking about mass emblem. At least? Maybe? Did Edgeworth cut it twice? And Von Karma cut it once, did he? Actually, both Von Karmas cut it, didn't they? Or threatened to cut it? It'd be like the 5th time. Yeah, exactly. He just won't, he'll be working for free. It depends on the terms of their employment, Daisy. Well, no, actually. It's not just based on the terms of their employment. They have to make a minimum wage. So, no. You can't go below a certain point unless you're in a certain type of profession, but I'm not sure what you're cutting in those circumstances. His 5th heist, and your 5th screw up, huh? Although what I will say too is in the States at least, unions prevent that sort of prevent that sort of thing from happening. Yeah, he's paying them to let him work. That's just a Japan thing. The district attorney's office and the police department. Well, first of all, the district attorney's is a county-based, where the prosecutors actually are is a county-based system. There are at least 2 different types of police that can be involved in a situation like this. You could have the county sheriff, which does work in the county with the DA, but the DA does not handle the budget. That's generally the county executive that his office and his officers or hers will generally be the ones that look more at the budgets on a county basis, But on a smaller municipality basis, there's also city, village, town, police. They're not their salary isn't controlled at all by the county authority. Does that make sense? There's like the hierarchy of municipalities and how which ones can actually, you know, they kind of are self-contained in terms of where their money goes. Am I doing well financially? My family is fine financially. Thankfully, we've been in a situation where the pandemic has not affected our budget, especially with my wife being a nurse. She just, you know, they can't give her enough hours. speaks with confidence and ignorance. Yo, what's up, Coulter? I like the name Budget Liquors. Solarium. Edgeworth once, Francisco twice. So yeah, this will be 4th. Well, yeah, because Phoenix never charges his clients. That's his fault. Objection, pal. Can't object to anything as the witness. That ain't fair. Maybe you could say I screwed up 4 times. Well, this last time wasn't my fault. I didn't know about the calling card this time. You of all people shouldn't be chuckling about this, Detective Gumshoe. I just want everyone here in the courtroom to know something. If you ever get a calling card from this guy, don't call some stupid private eye. Call your local police right away. Got me? Wow, it looks like he really... Wow, it looks like he's really got it in for Detective Atman. Objection, Broseph. I had a feeling that my hat would draw Chad comparisons. But my hair is so bad right now. You cannot see it until after Friday. I mean, it's only fair that everyone else gets coffee. If I'm the judge, it's like, well, hell, if you're gonna get some coffee, then I'm gonna get some coffee of my own, too. Art pieces, like what, for example? Well, his first target was the famous Tear of Emanon. I've been over this, like, 5 times. What's that? Some kind of especially salty teardrop? No, sir. It's a blue diamond. A single rare diamond. Next was the crown of Bongora. You know, the thing you put on your head. After that was the left hand of Hades, and then the portrait of Megina, sir. Detective Atney retrieved the portrait of Megina, and returned it to the museum. And the target of his 5th and last robbery was the sacred urn, right? But isn't it difficult for him to dispose of such famous art pieces? Well, we assume he must have some underworld connections. Samuel, Mr. Delight doesn't look the type. Yeah, he's a little too sunny to be hanging out in the underworld. What do you mean when you say it fits his MO to a T? I was thinking of asking the same thing myself. I wish you would listen a little more closely, pal. First of all, there's the calling card. We're 100% certain it's authentic. Then there's the fact that he seemed to know all about the security system. And finally, his target was an art piece. These are all part of the thief's modus operandi. And so, since this robbery seems to fit all those conditions, that's right. It means that Mask the Mask is behind it. Nick, it definitely looks like it was Mask the Mask who stole the urn. There's no real evidence either way as to whether Ron Delight is Mask the Mask. But also, the urn hasn't turned up yet, let alone in connection to Mr. Delight himself. So even though we know it was Mask the Mask that did it, maybe for the time being I should try to show it wasn't Mask the Mask that did it. Okay. I'm guessing... It's got the emblem. Red diamond. They say it was a blue diamond? Huh, that's weird. Yeah, they said the urn wasn't something that was like exorbitantly expensive. I have no football team to join anymore. Biting open a can of Pepsi, and that sounds not a great idea. General consensus, he's making barely at or below minimum wage. 23K per month? You mean 2.3K? 23K a month means he's making over like $250,000 a year. The football team needs to join me. Okay, is there anything weird? There's no monetary value. Can I ask you a little something, Detective Gumshoe? Just hearing the little in that question is making me nervous. You said that he always goes after the most precious art pieces, right? That's right, pal. There's one problem. That's not what he did in this case. The supposedly priceless urn doesn't exactly rise to the level of precious art. Oh, 23K per year. Yeah? I mean, it's technically above poverty line, but only like not very much. I mean, yeah, he'd have to. They couldn't really cut him below the minimum wage. His union sucks. The contradiction gas. Gasp! He stole something worthless. Oh my. What do you mean? Nick, how can you say such a terrible thing? No, I meant from a financial point of view. I mean, it wouldn't fetch a good price. I mean, I don't know. I'd pay a lot of money for a urn with a soul in it if I were in the market for one. I mean, Jesus. Well, Prosecutor Godot, what is the value of that urn? The appraisers I spoke to said they couldn't attach a price to it. And I mean that in the worst sense. Did he need to add that? Yeah, that is... He just needs to go to another department, go to another municipality, and make at least twice as much. So in other words, it was not the kind of item that Mass to Mass would normally go after. If I understand you correctly, Mr. Wright, you're saying that the theft of the sacred urn was not the work of Mass to Mass. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Actually, all I did was point out the contradiction. The argument made itself, but, well, first of all, we need to get this issue cleared up. Was this last robbery the work of Mass to Mask or not? What do you have to say about this, Mr. Godot? This coffee here, it's my own special blend. I call it Godot number 107. He doesn't have a flair for naming things, that's for sure. I'm trying to decide whether to cut down on the acidity or the bitterness. That's the only thing I've got on my mind right now, Mr. Trite. What? You're really a man. You should clean up your own mess. Sorry? But I don't get what you mean. You were saying it wasn't Mass to Mass that stole the urn. Then it must be some intimidating Mass to Mass method. A fake. A fake Mass to Mask? A fake Damask? Fake Damask? That sounds so ridiculous, but I like it. Wait. Did he not have the coffee in his hand anymore and slid it back and forth with his telkin? Anyways. Now, before I decide on my coffee, I believe some proof is in order, Mr. Trite. Proof that the person who appeared at Lordly Taylor that night was actually a fake. No, actually, it's... The burden of proof is on you to show me that he was real. I mean, I guess the burden would shift if I claim it's a fake? Yeah. I suppose that's how it would still go. Even though the problem is that I think based on the evidence, they've failed to prove... They've failed to meet the standard of proof that it really was mask to mask that did it in the first place, because that's the accusation. Actually, the accusation is technically that Mr. Delight did it, which they haven't proved at all. His name wasn't even mentioned in that testimony. That's about the only thing on the judge I respect. Coffee logic. It brings out new glasses after. That's fair. But that jazz, yeah, he's got some nice jazz to him. Godot coffee, the best shit, no debates. Out come the Phoenix Edgeworth fans. Wait, what was I gonna say? I was gonna respond. A trait about the judge that I can respect. He'll admit when he's, well, actually, I guess he doesn't admit when he's wrong. He just changes his mind. So, like, on one hand, you're like, it's good that you can allow your mind to understand that your preconception was incorrect. The problem is that he's just incredibly susceptible. So is it really something to respect? I don't know. He has a nice, calm demeanor. That's good. A lot of, I won't say a lot of judges are assholes, but I've seen judges that are just dickheads. And don't get me wrong, I understand why they get that way. The amount of bullshit that gets put in front of them on a daily basis. But this dude's old as hell, and he's obviously just like, hey, I'm just here to do my job. Though I don't approve of Mr. Godot's behavior, his point is valid. He actually reminds me a lot of the judge that mentored me in terms of his disposition, his general gentle and approachable disposition. They're like the judge I was mentored by, like I never heard his voice go over like a certain like mid-level decibel. It never like went off the charts. Even when he yelled, it's still like, it's almost like he had a natural hard limiter on his voice so that it would never exceed a certain volume. Because even when he like yelled, it wasn't really yelling. His beard is the best beard. You get no argument from me. It's pretty spectacular. Though I don't approve of Mr. Godot's behavior, his point is valid. Mr. Wright, we're waiting. Looks like I'm going to have to prove it. I need to prove that the person at Lordly Taylor that night was in fact faked a mask. I can put these side by side, but I can't. I can't tell if these are the same. It looks like it. Oh, there is something missing. His brooch, or isn't that what you would call that? Brooch? Is that a brooch? I don't know what that is, but there is a difference. So that is one way of doing it. The proof is right here. Look at this photograph. This looks like a photo taken by a security camera. But if you look closely, you'll notice something peculiar about it. Huh. Well then, why don't you go ahead and show us what it is? Go on, use this pointer and show us just what about this picture is so peculiar. Wait. It's right here, of course. You mean, no, yeah, mask. I have a piece of reference I would like the courts to take a look at. Isn't that the publicity photo I bought this morning? The problem I have with the security cam photo is the brooch. It is a brooch on Damask's chest. A breach here. Bailiff, get my steed. We need to retreat at once. Get my steed. He's not being sarcastic. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Feudalism confirmed. Hi-ho, silver, away! Wait, what are you talking about, Possum? I think I missed what you said. Oh, for Danganronpa 2, I see what you're saying. Oh, I didn't even realize Monokuma came here. He's fully cloaked. I do like his the design of Damas is cool. He meant his Harley. Yeah, right. A brooch, Your Honor. It's a sort of clasp for holding one's cape on. A clasp, eh? Ah, I see now. With the mask, and the security photo. Ah! He has no brooch! That brooch is the same as the emblem on Damas' calling card and serves as a symbol. But the thief that broke into Lordly Taylor wasn't wearing a brooch. In other words, this mask is a fake. I've been fooled again! Order. It's true, undeniably true. Detective Gumshoe, how could you have overlooked this, even though you have overlooked so many things in the past, and I should just assume you may be overlooking things at this point. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how I... Hey now, if you're gonna have a pity party, invite me too. Mr. Godot, you deserve some blame in this too. How could you have overlooked such a large brooch? Huh, the brooch you're talking about. You mean this? Ah! That's... Master brooch! Where did you find it? Well, I've always had a good nose for evidence. I got it at the crime scene. It was hidden in the shadow of a big female Buddha statue. Buddha statue? He must mean the Ami Feng statue. Why didn't you tell me about that, sir? Why didn't he tell everybody? Because this game's like, surprise! And in real courtrooms, they'd be like, reprimand for not disclosing evidence ahead of time. Yeah. To be fair, Godot's a dick. But Jazz! I would love for Marshall to come and throw his weight around. Fan art of what the judge on the horse, that'd be pretty sick. Who can do that? Why didn't you tell me about that, sir? I always put evidence away in my pocket. After all, it's the safest place for crucial evidence. Not how evidence works. Ugh, this guy is one cool customer. It's a little early to be shaken up, isn't it, little lady? That friend of yours left pretty little hickeys on there, too. Hickeys? Figuratively speaking, of course. I'm referring to Rhonda Light's fingerprints. Hickeys? Okay. What? What? The defendant's fingerprints are on the brooch? Yo, what's up, Creed? Welcome back. Alright, for 10 and 15 likes. Ha, like a defense attorney. Least favorite color combination? Orange and anything. Orange and yellow. Orange and yellow. Mm-hmm. My two least favorite colors. We just need better theme songs. That's all Godot is. I like Gumshoe's theme song, but it's like not hype. It's more to like, it describes him in a nutshell, right? He can barely afford food. Hopefully his fellow brethren are helping him out. Yeah, that's the defendant. He's actually really interesting. I guess not. I like Dusk. The only time I've ever liked an orange, well, see, it was more of a orange-red than orange, though. Those are very different things, because when you're adding red to orange, it's making it objectively better. He got a little charm to him. I mean, look what he's pulling in. Just blame everything on the butler. Yeah, just so I know I've mentioned this at least once in each of the prior 2 playthroughs, but for those that have missed it, in the US, you can't just like surprise, here's evidence. The judge will be furious with you if you were to do that. If you could say like, oh, this just came across the desk or something like that, you might be able to get it in, but evidence in a trial needs to be disclosed beforehand with very few exemptions, because especially when it comes to criminal trials, there can be motions to suppress that evidence before the evidence ever gets put in front of a jury or is ever presented in a bench trial, in a jury trial, or ever presented in a bench trial. Well, small claims is completely different. I'm talking about criminal, well, I'm actually talking about in most cases. Small claims is a little interesting though. So for those that don't know what small claims are, in our state at least, it's any lawsuit that's brought that, what's the word? The sum of the suit is less than $10,000. And once you get into small claims court, because it's more of like, let's get this through the system sort of thing. They want it to be done relatively quickly. They lax on the rules a little bit. They'll say, okay, you know, I just want to get through this. But in a case like this, that would... So really what you should be seeing in terms of like surprise evidence and stuff in fiction is all small claims cases, but nobody would give a shit, right? Small claims is like Judge Judy. Yes, but one important distinction. As far as I know, Judge Judy's actually appearing as an arbiter rather than an actual judge in those proceedings. Yeah, Brady violation. There you go. I always forget what it's called. Yeah, you could, well, I've never seen a judge kick someone out for what they wear. But it could happen, yeah. They could do that. Here's more craft slap. Here you go. Whoop-de-doo. 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 Oh, yeah. I assume that's what you're right, Adamski. In this game's universe, you don't have to submit a list of evidence. I'm just talking about from the US perspective. But yeah, in this it's consistent with this universe. I just like to point it out because people want to know, can you actually do that? No, you can't. In this game you can, but not really. Too afraid to tell someone you played a certain video game? Yes. I'm trying to think of what game it was. It might have been Final Fantasy VII, because that was the first RPG that I played. And RPGs weren't seen as cool back in like middle school. Informally sanctioned for not wearing it. Oh, I remember that story. He's just going off on you for 5 minutes. Wouldn't it make my job easier? On one hand, yes. On another hand, no. It depends on how good the prosecutor was, because he just believes whoever, you know, whatever. Oh, right. Yeah. No, that's a good point, Adamski, because you're talking about the DLC case, right? Which, oh, the case. Because part of it was a list of evidence, right? I've never seen in any of the non-1.5 cases a need or even a comment on needing to submit the list of evidence. That seems to be completely out of nowhere. So I don't know if they fine-tuned the system, because I think somebody said it was released after Apollo Justice, right? Or after the investigations. Not around the people that I hung out with, Possum. They were just sports games and fighting games. If you played anything else like that, you were a fucking loser. I kept that to myself. Honey, get out now. No problem, Coulter. Enjoy your ice cream. You know, it was like Phoenix if he was a prosecutor. Phoenix as a prosecutor would be really interesting. Earthbound was the first RPG. First RPG brand new. I'd never heard of RPGs before that. I remember telling my best friend about this weird type of game where you pick actions from a menu, right? Instead of just like jumping on heads of Goombas. I mean, but at the time when I was younger, that shit hurt. I mean, yeah, in retrospect, it's silly now, right? Because I just shrug and go, all right, who's the loser now? But I see. Okay, so it wasn't added too much later. No, yeah, and Kazuma makes a good point too. It's not like there's Phoenix does the same thing. So it's like, it's consistent within the universe, and that's fine. What would be bullshit if like one of you were able to do it, but the other was not, held to like a different standard. That would be bad. But if everybody's able to do it, then it's fine. But just so you guys know, no, that's not how things happen. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, let's see that brooch. I've grown attached to my metallic girlfriend here. Take good care of her. I feel like every other sentence he says has my mouth wanting to just like... That's a good point, Stando. It's not that you're necessarily ashamed of it, but it's more of like, it's just not something that's ever, like, when would I bring this up sort of thing. Yeah. He said a lot of cool ass things so far. This is not one of them. A boomerang mug that refills itself. That'd be pretty awesome. Oh yeah, who said they were bringing people over from Ace Attorney Online? Was that Muted or was that Ran? It was one of you two, right? Anyways, thank you for referring people this way. I mean, it appears to have been torn off. I can't talk. It appears to have been torn off some clothing. There's a little bit of cloth left on the back. Obviously, there must have been a big struggle that night at the crime scene. Uh-oh. Phoenix, we have a problem. Get it? Because the city Phoenix, like the city Houston. You mess with Godot. And you get burned. Ugh. Been playing me like a violin. Well, Judge, I'm about ready to call my next witness. Huh? You're done with me? But I haven't proved anything yet. You never prove anything. You've proven your own incompetence. That's good enough. That doesn't sound good at all. Especially since I'm your witness. Bailiff, bring the next witness into the courtroom. Finally time for the ace detective to make his appearance, huh? Rand, gotcha. Gotcha. Thanks. Thank you, Rand. And thank you for killing Brenda. You're hotter than hell itself and darker than a moonless night. Just make sure they find that a compliment. I know I would, but... They have a pretty bad reputation being associated with hentai. Yeah, I guess it's less so now, right? Just because there's a lot more of them that aren't like that, but I get what you mean, Adamski. The Godot punishment. He is chill, but full of crap, yeah. His body pillow, oh goodness. Something about you stings him. Hope Godot and his metallic girlfriend's relationship goes well and amazing for both sides. I support it. Yeah, now we got some legend. There's a little too much legend in this courtroom. The penguin from Batman's cousin. 1 second is one drip of the coffee pot. Let's hurry it up. Silence! Now I see it's all becoming clear. What's clear? Zvari. The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. What we have here is a judge and a prosecutor, a coffee maniac at that. Am I correct? Well, yes, that's right. Not bad. Not bad at all. You're the first person that's ever been able to penetrate my secret veil. Really? Well, Sir Prosecutor, let me introduce myself. My name is Look At Me, ace detective and rising star illuminating the heavens. Boy, these two make a perfect pair. They'd either be best friends or they'd tear each other's heads off. I've heard that on the night of the crime, you were all alone on security detail. You have heard correctly. My specially made monocle is worth more than 100 Detective Gumshoes. If Detective Gumshoe was worth anything, that is. Why was this guy all by himself anyway? There must be some reason. I'm sure of it. Yeah. First person to ever be able to tell that I like coffee. That is a low blow for one witness to come in and start talking shit about the prior one, like on their own. Well then, tell us what this special monocle of yours, no, I can't say the word. What did you witness? Oh God, if I could just absorb water into me and hydrate that way. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, just after the date changed. That's when my nemesis, the infamous Master Mask, dancingly descended upon me. Just as I began to turn, the coward struck a fierce blow upon my noble head. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. When I awoke, he was gone. 30 minutes later, I used an emergency phone to notify the police. Like every star I see in films. Got that air about him. He does drink coffee aggressively. That's a good adjective for how he drinks coffee. Well, damn, dude, did you like inhale the ice cream? That's not good. His monocle is literally too, yeah, right. So you didn't get a clear look at the criminal? My specially made monocle never misses a thing. Especially since it's not a monocle, but is instead a magnifying glass. However, that is limited to things that fall within my own visual range. But of course, that's only natural. I fail to see why the witness seems so proud of his performance that evening. Well, sir old-timer, let me explain. We are not speaking of any ordinary thief, but of the king of thieves, the great Master Mask, my arch-enemy. That is what my instincts and my years of experience tell me. Very well. Proceed with the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. I mean, yeah, you can literally hear him. He's like, I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. Godot's like your fourth favorite prosecutor? That's low on the list. So that's after Edgeworth, Von Karma, huh? Maybe that's the way his white hair. He's up all the time. He never goes to sleep. So stressed for somebody that's never been on a case or never been in court before. Dude, it's his orbital. What would this muscle? What's this muscle called? It's the orbital bone, right, of the skull. But it's like his muscles right here are like clenching it and keeping it there. He has exceptional cheek and whatever and brow muscles. I mean, witness. So that would be 1 o'clock on the morning of the 12th, correct? That's an impressive deduction, Sir Lawyer. You were on security duty that night. Where exactly were you at the time? A penetrating question. I was in the basement's warehouse near the computer. Near the computer, huh? So when you weren't trying to remain hidden, then you weren't trying to remain hidden, I take it? Up to this point, I've tried to remain concealed while waiting for the thief. Yeah, he said the same thing yesterday, too. Gumshoe also said that they never spotted the thief at the crime scenes before. Precisely! That's precisely why I chose not to hide last night. I knew that by not concealing myself, I would be putting pressure on the thief. Looks like the thief was the one applying pressure. On your pigeony head, that is. Pigeony head. In any case... Dancingly descended? From where exactly? Well, from the entrance, I suppose. Where else? In actuality, he neither danced nor descended. Someone please save me. So how is it that you didn't notice the thief? My eyes were looking for the thief's shadow while my ears listened for his footfalls. Footfalls? But even then, the dastardly criminal managed to sneak upon me. It can only be due to his subtly camouflaged cape and soft-soled shoes. I hereby dub you Ace Dunce. Electro and Penguin. He does have the cleanest eyes, for real. And like smoke around. The smoke aura. You didn't see the criminal's face when that happened. Well, that's the difficult part. How should I put it? I saw his mask. That's all I can recall. That's not very solid as far as testimony goes. However, fortunately, I had my third monocle, the security camera, at the ready. I captured his image perfectly. This should be sufficient, I believe. Well, as long as this photo is authentic, I don't see a problem here. Well, Mr. Godot, do you have a problem with the photo? Good, then let's continue with the testimony. Yeah, I thought he was too, and then I'm like, no, his nose couldn't fit, unless the nose is fake. Godot mug. It would actually be cool to have a Godot mug. Fashion statement indeed. You have to be wanting to make a statement by wearing that thing. Smoking is not allowed in courtrooms, no. In fact, coffee generally isn't allowed in courtrooms. You're generally not allowed to, like, you can't even have a bottle of water because they'll have water there. like a water cooler with like paper cups, and that's kind of how you usually have to drink anything. Attacked and knocked unconscious, and you weren't able to do a thing? That's certainly some very impressive detective work. Well, Sir Lawyer, have you ever been suddenly struck on the head? Huh? Well, actually, yes, by a fire extinguisher. Wait, doesn't he have a red diamond? A red diamond thing's weird. And what happened? I was knocked out. You lost your memory, too. You see, you have no right to look down on me then, do you? I wasn't sitting there trying to catch anybody. I was in a situation where there was no expectation that I would be knocked unconscious, you moron. The only reason I didn't lose my memory is because I have more brains to begin with. He may have brains, but the wiring to the self-reflection part seems to be severed. In any case, that was how I was knocked senseless, and then... I am not attempting to make a statement. The only statement I'm trying to make is that my hair is too offensive to the eyes for me to remove my hat. A judge who only drank vodka in court? I have not known a judge like that. They might drink it in back, but I've never seen that happen. Yikes. A lot of people wear caps, not just baseball players. A fire extinguisher and a sword that bends on it. Yeah, exactly. About this 30 minutes. My silver cord was loosened and my soul fled to the golden halls of Elysium. As usual, I have no idea what this guy is saying. I think he's saying that he was out cold. So what happened during these 30 minutes? No one can say, Your Honor. That span of time has truly vanished into the ether. What is he going on about? There's something suspicious about Detective Hatney. How could he not have noticed when the thief came in? Also, he says he was knocked unconscious before he could fight back. That can't be right. It contradicts the evidence. Huh? Which piece? The real question is, why would he tell such an obvious lie? Alright. I'm actually not sure what they're talking about. Camera went off at 1 a.m. You said that's correct, right? Approximately, yeah. Okay. It actually wasn't 1 a.m. yet. That's interesting. Sentient alien being and is the real mastermind. That'd be kind of awesome. Not gonna lie. Yeah, his face muscles are pretty excellent. Move the night of the crime. What am I missing here? Went off once around 1 a.m. We saw the time is actually right before 1 a.m. Struck a fierce blow upon my normal head. Did he say he was hit in the back of the head? If he was turning, he wouldn't have gotten hit in the back of the head, right? I'm not entirely sure that's correct, though. The statue isn't there anymore. Or at least it's just off of the... Michael can see into your soul. It's odd. It says that he was hit in the back of the head. So then how would he know that it was actually Damask that did it? How would he have seen him? Like, it's like he would only know that it was Damask. If he had gotten hit in the back of the head, wouldn't he have only known that it was Damask by seeing the photo? As opposed to actually having seen him? We never actually saw him, right? As I began to turn, struck a fierce blow on my noble head. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. When I woke, he was gone. 30 minutes later, an emergency. I think I'm missing a piece of... I'm not looking at something the way I'm supposed to be. I don't think it has to do with any of these things. What am I missing? What is the question that Phoenix is alluding to? And he says this. Could he not know if he came in? He was knocked unconscious before he could fight back. Can't be right. Contradicts the evidence. Why would he tell such an obvious lie? Well, I mean, I'm assuming the reason he's telling the lie is because it would, well... I can't see why it would have anything to do with anything else other than these three things. No. Yo, what's up, Tal? We pressed all the statements, though. So that's not the issue. It's, we have what we're supposed to have. I just need to figure out what it is. It's gotta be the... So it went off when he went through the door. That's after he knocked him out. Right? I don't think it has anything to do with the statue, does it? Who's this guy? He's an ace detective, allegedly. Just another person on the stream. Just depends on what you like watching. If you like Souls and stuff, he plays Souls-related games. A very different type of personality for me. It's a nice change of pace. Now the rhetorical question, I'm just thinking aloud here. Is it that I have the right evidence but the wrong statement? I'm just looking at it the wrong, like not the way the game wants me. Like there's another question that I could be asking about it. He got hit over the head with the sword, which bent it. He was knocked out for 30 minutes. That was all like 1:30 or so. No, I don't. I had an odd thought about the time, but I don't think that has anything to do with it. I'm gonna feel really stupid when I figure this out. Okay, so I guess let's just overview this again. So this was at the scene with this. Oh, wait a second. He had to pull it out of the statue, right? In order to hit him in the back of the head? That seems... How would he have not noticed that? I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but that's interesting. So this thing was holding the sword. He pulls the sword out, apparently without making any noise. Goes around, hits dude in the back of the head. Apparently he was able to just start to turn around and see his face when he gets knocked in the back of the head. The mask drops the sword, goes into the storeroom, comes back out, gets photographed, and then leaves. There's also like paint and shit everywhere, right? It looks like they moved the statue. Looks like the statue was moved. So how did all that stuff with the statue happen without him not noticing it? I don't feel like that's super on track. The problem is, even if that's the case, I wouldn't know where to present that, which tells me that I don't think I'm on the right track. Normally, it's a pretty obvious place to present, like, the good evidence. Likes. Cool. 100 creds for y'all. But then, if that's the case, can I present either the statue or the sword? And is it just that, if that's the case, is it just that I presented the sword in the wrong spots? Before I could land it, maybe it's this statement, because this statement's implying that he had no time to react. And that seems weird. Nope. Still not the sword. So it's gotta be, I think it's gotta be the statue. I'm not sure if the statue's I feel like the game's really good at, like, there's only been a few times where the game has put me in a situation where it has me present something at kind of an awkward point. Generally doesn't do that, and that leads me to believe that it might not be the... Nope. Okay, I don't think it's the statue. The problem is, I don't know what else at the scene I can present other than the camera and the data. Can you hear the camera? No. Because I guess the implication is that he picked this out after knocking him out, right? Or am I not looking at that correctly? Am I making that assumption that is an assumption that shouldn't be made? Yeah, I don't think it's the statue. I went back to the time thing, but I don't think that's correct either. I'm so stupid. I know I'm gonna look at it and it's gonna be so dumb that I missed it. I'm gonna be so dumb. So there's only, okay, so there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4 things involving the actual scene that we have. The statue, this, this and this. It's not the sword. It's not the statue. That means it has to be, it's one of these two things. I am buffering. Shit. I guess the calling card too, but the calling card wasn't left at the scene of the crime. The camera only went off when entering that room, right? I feel like there's something about the room that I'm forgetting. Okay. Donut possum. I guess the urn is also connected with it, right? Oh! Oh, yep, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. He was the one that tore it off. He tore the brooch off. Badoy. God, like I said, feeling like a fucking moron. Mr. Atme, could you take a look at this with that special monocle of yours? Ah, this belongs to the criminal mastermind, my arch nemesis, Master Mask. It is, in point of fact, Master Mask's brooch. It was found on the floor of the basement warehouse. I wonder how that happened. Huh, elementary, my dear lawyer. Obviously, it wasn't glued on well enough. Not quite. It clearly shows signs of having been ripped off a piece of clothing. Ripped off? Ah. We can only deduce that the thief struggled with someone that night. That's the only thing I can think of. There's only one person that was in a position to have a struggle with the thief. The only person with that was on security duty that night. You, Detective Atme. Oh, Trampy, you're so correct. That was my problem. I had donuts on the mind, channeling my inner Asahina instead of channeling my inner Kyoko to figure things out. You must have fought with the thief that night. So, why did you lie in your testimony to the court? Witness giving false testimony is a serious crime, even though at no point whatsoever has ever given false testimony in this courtroom been considered a serious crime or had somebody held accountable for lying to me. No. Wait just a moment, sir, old timer. Don't talk to me like I'm living in a nursing home. I just remembered, Your Honor. I was just confused because I've been dealing with so many cases lately. Yeah, my brain finally decided to work, Daisy. It was dead for like 10 minutes. Like 10 minutes, no lie. You know, I would have assumed that, except for the fact that once you play the second game, Old Bag is a gigantic liar. And she's just like, they let her go, do her thing. Alana was a liar. Just let her off, do her own thing. There's never any mention of any punishment, fines, jail time that they had to experience because of their lies in the first game. So while yes, after I was done with Ace Attorney, I was assuming that something might happen to him. Justice for All seems to imply that nothing happens to them for that. The true measure of a man is the amount of work he does. That's what I always say. Nick, you can only handle one case at a time, isn't that right? You talk too much, and no, a lot of lawyers handle dozens and dozens of cases at a time. Witness, so are you now saying that you and the thief fought? Hold on. That's quite enough, Your Honor. Excuse me? Save the big questions for the testimony. That's one of my rules. Indeed, I understand. I look at me agree completely. Yeah, that's a good, yeah, Lana too. No, I mean, generally we don't. That was just a kind of a random case. Yeah, there was the time that the judge got mad, but then the clown was later running the circus. So... No, yeah, I know she's talking to Phoenix, specifically. I'm just saying that that doesn't really ever happen. Could be the case for Phoenix, but if that is the case with Phoenix, that reflects very poorly on him. Indeed, it's true that I looked away from the door for a brief moment. However... Look at me cannot be so easily discombobulated. Unfortunately, the thief grabbed a weapon from the side and rendered me senseless. A true gentleman fights only with his fists, but they were not enough. My first blow struck true, bam! And that's all she wrote. His first blow. So in the end, you did catch a glimpse of Mask to Mask? Correct! It was during his third crime that he struck me from behind. It seems that my memory has become a tad jumbled, so to speak. Well, that's certainly understandable. I myself always get confused about which testimony goes with which case. That can't be good. I'm not Thor, I'm the entire justice system. Yeah, and if the measure of man is how much work he does, it's one case per time at a time. Rule number 1 for spotting a villain? Like in fiction? Do they have narcissistic qualities? That tends to be what I look at. I mean, you could go with something more like cartoonish, like, does he twirl his mustache? Does he have an evil mustache? That happens a lot. Does somebody seem overly nice and charismatic? So why did you look away from the door anyway? It In addition to the camera, I had prepared a variety of other sensors as well. The alarm on one of those had gone off, so I had to check the data. That's why I went to the computer, elegantly of course. You were momentarily vulnerable when you were working on the computer. What should I do? Should I ask some more questions? No, why not? What kind of sensors are you talking about? There are other places in the basement that someone could enter and exit from. There are air conditioning, ducts, sewer pipes, and a cat door as well. I hooked up heat detecting infrared and ultraviolet sensors to each of them. It's a lot of hardware. Is it all yours? Your detailer department store was kind enough to provide the monitoring hardware. Naturally, the security camera that took the photo belongs to them as well. In other words, he couldn't have rigged the equipment, huh? Has that cleared up any doubts you had about me, Sir Lawyer? No. So did that computer belong to Lordly Taylor as well? Correct. Well, except for the program that manages the data. That was specially designed by me. Look at me. In that case, he could have easily manipulated the data. What's wrong, Sir Lawyer? What does that mean? Discombobulated. You young people these days, they really irritate me. They all allow perfectly good old words to die until everyone forgets what they mean. Sorry, but what exactly does it mean anyways? Nah, I've forgotten. What was I saying? Why am I here? Jeez, it's better than old people forget what they were saying 5 seconds ago. Well, it looks like we've cleared that up. You can go on with your testimony. That didn't clear anything up. What do you mean by weapon from the side? Naturally, the thief had no idea that I, Look at Me, was hiding in the area. He grabbed the sword from the statue that was standing by the door to the warehouse. Sword? You mean the sword that was all twisted like a tree branch? Correct. Fortunately for me, the blade was not sharp. Okay, so he is talking about the Chichishito. The thief armed himself with the sword, and what about yourself, witness? You had that much faith in your own fighting abilities? But of course, in college I was the second in charge of the boxing club. I am quite the pugilist. I'm sorry if I fail to find that appropriately impressive. However, my opponent in the ring this time was my arch nemesis, Master Mask. This guy's a real piece of work. His blood. Can you tell us a little more about what happened? My opponent was both powerful and vicious. You might say he was powericious. Powericious? I would not like to say that. I assumed the at-me fighting stance, but a sudden flash of light blinded me. That, of course, was checkmate. My opponent had bested me. What do I do now? Should I ask more about this? What was this flash of light that blinded you? I was bathed in a golden light that seemed to come from the statue of the woman. Statue of Ami Faye, I'm guessing. Well, that wasn't very much help at all. What would you think? What would you... Well, what do you think, Nick? Well, there's one thing that I'm absolutely sure of. Yeah? What is it? This Look at Me guy, he's definitely hiding something. But why? I think I'm starting to figure out what really happened that night. About the true nature of this detective. Let's ask the other question. Hold it! Oh! Thank you to Renee John for the sub on YouTube. Pretty sure that's not the same voice as Red White. Red White never rolled his R's. It wasn't going for a Vincent Price thing. I was going for something else with Red White. The judge actually revealed to be an animal in disguise. Which animal would you say it likely be? This judge? Sloth? I don't know why. I guess it... No, it would actually be something that's easily distracted. Like a bird, maybe? My dog. My dog gets easily distracted. It'd be a dog. Like, charming, but an idiot. Secretly evil with that beard. See, no, a beard isn't evil. If I just had a mustache, though, it's like 20% more likely I'd just be evil. Okay, so they sound similar. Shrug? Similar is not the same. See, that's a dog, right? Dogs do terrible things, and you're just like, oh, whatever, bring it in. Can you tell us a little bit? Okay. What is this at-me fighting style? I'm sorry, but that's a trade secret. I really can't say anymore. But I suppose I can tell you if I absolutely must. The main thing is to put your back to the wall. That way no one can get behind you. That's it? That's the at-me fighting style? Well, Mr. Wright, what about that testimony? Of course it's important. We've learned to detect a secret technique after all. Yes, indeed. I'll remember to use it if I ever take a walk alone late at night. How the heck is he eyeballing me like that? It's creeping me out. Now then, witness. Go ahead and add that secret information to your official testimony. I put my back to the wall to fight. Hey, Phoenix, thanks for the host on Twitch, dude. But the thief's blow landed upon my third eye. But he was hit in the back of the head. Yeah, that one was a lot easier. Detective at me, your testimony is crumbling like a house of cards. Let's get to the point, Phoenix. You don't need to be so flowery with it. What fun is this? Or what fun this is, Sir Lawyer. It is truly a pleasure to cross swords with you. And now, once again, you have thrown down the gauntlet at my armored feet. I believe this is what you said yesterday. No, the coward must have wormed his way in through somewhere besides the door. Then my arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind with this gruesome item here. Yeah, exactly, Daisy. From behind, huh? But just now you said that he struck you on the forehead. I hardly think you could forget where you were hit on the head. It seems I've made another mistake. Detective at me, that's not the only strange part of your testimony. What do you mean by that? For example, the very fact that you hid the calling card from the police itself is strange. It's almost as if you were afraid they were going to help with security. Geniuses such as myself have always been misunderstood. How sad. Objection! That's... okay. Wow, did you hear his objection? Holy shit. It's not like Von Karma, like, oh my god, but it's close. Von Karma actually sounded like a demon when he objected. His objection. Like, damn, dude. To err is human, to forgive divine. Humans aren't machines, they have souls, feelings. They live, they die, they love, they hate. And yes, they even make mistakes. Hey, hold on, it's as pretty as that. Oh! Really? What is it like then? Always chase a riddle down to the end. That's one of my rules. Well, fortunately for you, your rules are not the actual rule of law. This is it. might just be my chance to turn things around. The X-Blood. Yeah, it was powerful. Not terrifying, but powerful. Mr. Wright, what exactly is it that you're asserting? Very well, Your Honor. The defense asserts that... This seems... No, that can't be right. This witness is no ace detective at all. So then what exactly are you saying that I am? Well, an average detective? Okay, I was thinking that there was gonna be something like different behind that. Like, I forget which option it was, but there was some option where they gave the option, but the actual like subtext to it turned out to be like way more substantive than the statement itself was. So, okay. Fair. I mean, it's not this, right? I guess it is. I honestly don't think that's true at all. The answer is simple. It's all clear to me now. Detective Luke Atme's true identity is actually mask to mask. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? There are too many unnatural parts to Mr. Atme's story. He says he was hiding at the crime scene, which is why no one ever saw him there. And then, in his last case, he manages to outperform Detective Gumshoe and the entire police force to miraculously retrieve the stolen treasure. That's because I analyzed the crime scene. Jade had made an exquisitely elegant deduction. I picked up clues that the police overlooked in order to arrive at a... Oh, please. The explanation is far simpler than that, Detective Atme. The truth is that you are, in fact, mask to mask. But Mr. Wright, this photo, it clearly shows mask to mask. Look at his nose. His nose is normal. Like, even if it was pushed down, you kind of see it protruding from the mask a little bit, wouldn't you? This security camera belongs to Lordly Taylor department store. He shouldn't have been able to manipulate it. He didn't need to manipulate it. He gained access to the warehouse under the pretense of providing security. Then he simply dressed up as the thief and stole the urn. So the ace detective is actually an ace thief. Is this true, witness? Aha! Oh, yeah. The mask, MO is pure genius, and so am I. Look at me, ace detective. You're very clever to have come to such a conclusion. I'm impressed, Sir Lawyer. What? Witness, you're admitting it? Nick, now's your chance. Yes, the time to put the last nail in this guy's coffin. Detective Atme, and you assume that... Godot Blood number 102, my personal favorite. Mr. Godot! The ace detective is actually an ace thief. I smell a best-selling novel. Oh man, that's funny. Coffin dance. Oh, that's funny. There's only one problem. It simply isn't true. But Mr. Godot, Mr. Wright has made some very strong points, and I will admit my opponent has woven a compelling narrative out of whole cloth. But it is, in fact, nothing more than a patchwork quilt. But it is, in fact, nothing more than a patchwork quilt, Mr. Tribulations. If this detective really is the thief, then show us the proof of your claim. But it better be as hot and as perfect as the coffee dripping down your face. Well, Mr. Wright, don't just stand there. This court would like to see this decisive proof you have quickly. Huh? Oh, yes, of course. What's the big rush? Are you alright, Nick? Atme looks pretty rattled right now. I'd like to finish this right now if I can. Can I really do it? The decisive evidence that proves Look At Me is in fact mask to mask. I don't think it's been found yet, has it? More of him jacking off. I don't think we found it yet. What do we have that can just point to that as being him? Other than maybe the statue being like a big... Proof? Of course, I've got nothing. Ha, just what I thought. A man has to hold his head up high no matter how bad things get after all. I see. Thought perhaps you had some evidence to back up your assertion. It's no good, I've got to stay on the attack. I'll never get another chance to prove that this guy is the thief. Don't give up, Nick. Think hard and try again. It's no good, I'm just not ready yet. Are you just gonna give up and let us lose like this? I don't see... Oh, did I not fucking save? All right, well. Okay, so there obviously is. But as usual, the defense comes prepared, Your Honor. Very well then, let's see what you've got. I have no idea. I don't see any of this as like being decisive evidence. The card? Oh, was I right the first time? Because I don't see what I could possibly have that would show that was definitely him and not somebody else. I didn't think so. There is nothing that I can think of that we have. Of course, I've got nothing. That's what I thought. A man has to hold his head up high no matter how bad things get after all. Ugh. I see. I thought perhaps you had some evidence to back up your assertion. It's no good. I've got to stay on the attack. I'll never get another chance to prove that this guy is the thief. Don't give up, Nick. Think harder and try again. It's no good. I'm just not ready yet. But are you going to just give up and let us lose this? So you've come to your senses, have you, Sir Lawyer? Can't think of a counterattack at all. Seems a cloud of suspicion surrounding this witness has been lifted. Mr. Godot, if you have anything further to add, then... Oh-hoo. Who are you? That doesn't really matter now, does it? Mr. Light, what are you doing here? Mickey boy, the thing you've been looking for. I think I found it. You mean that bag? No, not the bag. What's in the bag? Well, that's the sacred urn. Nick, it's the urn. Order, order, you madam. That urn, where did you find it? You'll never believe it. It was in the office of Mr. Fancy Pants Ace Detective. Look at me. So she broke in and... Okay. Oh, Desi, you're the best. Well, how do you explain that one, Mr. Atme? Yeah, sometimes I just need to go with it, cause like we got into like the dialogue and I'm like, oh, I think I chose wrong, but then this stuff happens pretty frequently, so I should have just kept going. Even you are gonna have a hard time weaseling out of this one. Huh, pathetic. Mr. Godot, do you have something you wish to say? Yes, Your Honor. It simply amazes me how quickly times change. In the old days, a man was to be taken at his word. It's truly sad. You're still denying that Mr. Atme was involved? Before casting aspersions at Detective Atme, consider the young lady here. Your name is Desiree Delight, is that correct? Yes, what about it? Huh, how charming. The lengths that a woman is willing to go to save her husband is truly inspiring. What are you insinuating? As the wife of a criminal, you could have discovered that stolen urn anywhere, including the office of the good detective. Hey, so you found the urn. What does that prove? It certainly doesn't prove where the urn was before you found it. What? I just brought it here from the detective's office. Please, madam, this town is already filled to the brim with lies. Any more can only compound the tragedy we have been witness to. You're wrong. I would never do such a thing. Miss Delight, please, Nicky boy, you've got to help me talk some sense of these people. There must be some way. Not to prove that urn is... I know, that urn was actually in the Atme Detective Agency. This is weird. This is really weird. Somebody rearranged this urn, or this isn't the real urn. Because it said I am before. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Morality can be very vague, yes. I agree with you, Mr. Dominguez. Testify about what I saw? First of all, this is a terrible idea. You testifying in your own case is just... This is why you don't fucking represent someone in which you're a witness in the case. Fingerprints. Fingerprints, but he wears gloves. I don't remember seeing the pot there. So how is that gonna help? I mean, it's not this. I don't think it's this. And I'm not sure this helps anything because we didn't see anything. So I feel like it has to be the fingerprints, but I can prove where the urn was by the fingerprints on it. Fingerprints, eh? Oh, come now. Oh, you're really making me laugh, Sir Lawyer. Fingerprints indeed. May I go on? Good. Now, it would be perfectly understandable if my fingerprints were on the urn. After all, it was I who was guarding the urn in the first place. In any case, I am always in the habit of wearing gloves, as you can see. So unfortunately, my fingerprints wouldn't be evidence of anything. What about it, Mr. Rat? The witness, this wing is This witness's fingerprints would be nothing anyway. Hey, what are you going to do now? Come too far to turn back now. Etme must have brought the urn back to his office yesterday. And there, I'm sure someone must have left their fingerprints on it. The defense proposes that the fingerprints of this person should be on the urn. It's gotta be him. Did he rearrange the urn? And he did it without his gloves on? Or is it just generally Damask? And then we can match it up to see whose they are, I guess. Phoenix's fingerprints. Take that! I mean, we'll know. Let me give you an important piece of advice. The one who keeps a cool head all the way until the game's end is the winner. Let me give you an even more important advice. Mr. Wright, you are not going to win this game with that answer. Bam. Fucked. I was put in that bag and carried the detective's office yesterday. Left their prints on the urn yesterday at the Etme Detective Agency. Wait. Hold on, I think I read that wrong. I need to read that again. Because I think I read that, whatever the hint was, wrong. I mean, if she put the urn in the bag, was it in a bag already, though? I guess I'm not sure how that helps me. Because otherwise... It's Leon's fingerprints. Yup. 11037. I think it's got to be one of these two. I think I am overthinking it. I mean, like, she had to have touched it if she put it in the bag. It's just going to be at me, and I'm be like, that's what I just did in the first place. The person who left their prints on the urn yesterday at the Etme Detective Agency. Oh, wait. That bag was on the table. Wasn't it? Yeah, it's not. Was it me? Is it me? Are my fingerprints on there? That's actually pretty clever if it is. That's actually pretty clever. I'll give it that. I did not think about that first. So what is all this fuss about fingerprints anyway? Mr. Atme, do you recall the events of yesterday? Hey Nick, come on, open it up. Hey, wait a minute, we just can't open his own private property. Don't be such a fuddy-duddy, this is an important investigation. Oh, what's in there? Hang on a sec, I'm taking it out now. Whatever's there feels kind of hard and smooth. Well, hello there! It's true that I didn't get a chance to look in the bag at the time, but I did touch what was inside. What? You touched it? And I remember it very well. It was smooth and hard. Well, that was just... Your Honor, I'd like the court to examine the fingerprints on that urn. If my fingerprints are on there, then it proves that the urn was in Detective Atme's office. Well, even if your fingerprints are on that urn, it still doesn't prove when they were put there. Of course it does. What did you say? It's not what I say, but what Adrian Andrews, the person in charge of the exhibition, said. I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it look a little more valuable. If she polished it that much, she must have removed any and all fingerprints on it. And the only chance I had to put my fingerprints on, get my fingerprints on it after that was yesterday at the Atme Detective Agency. Huh. This blend, video blend number 107. I decided it's a little too bitter after all. What's happening here? What's on his head? Why is it overheating? Order, order, order. I accept the defense's request. Bailiff, take this urn in. Wait a moment, Your Honor. There's no need for that. No need, you say? Precisely how I already know Mr. Wright's fingerprints are on the urn. What are you saying? Yes, I've finally broken them down. Oh, I see what you guys are talking about now. Oh, good lord. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. This guy's nuttier than a fruitcake. You see, it's me all along. I am the one and only Master Mask. Hope you all enjoyed my little performance. God, you guys were lying about that fucking sprite. Woo! Yo, what's up, Lightgazer? It's a visor, but why does it have heat? Like, why is it heated like that? Well, Mr. Godot, what's Mr. Atme's condition? He's still in the lobby laughing insanely, Your Honor. I wish I could enjoy the joke as much as he seems to be. Well, it looks like the matter has been settled. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of thief. Nick, you were right after all. Yeah, I guess Mr. Delight really wasn't the thief. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight. You're wrong. Wrong, I tell you. I mean, not exactly wrong so much, but actually not right is what I was really trying to say. Oh no, he's not. This can't be happening. The thief, the sneaky, odious thief who's been stealing all the treasures. It's me. I'm him. I'm the one you want. I'm the thief, I tell you. So do it. Pronounce me guilty, please. I don't know what kind of kangaroo court you all think this is, but the true identity of the thief has already been proven. Please hurry up, past judge. What are you talking about? I already confessed. I'm the thief, I tell you. Mr. Godot, don't just stand there drinking coffee. Hey there, Mr. Thief. Yes, sir? If you're really a man, then clean up your own mess. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I just don't have any idea what you mean. If you are master, then prove it. That's what it means. Yes, sir. I'm happy to. He says he'll be happy to, Nick. It's kind of cute. He's 100% committed to his fantasy. Good boy. Just remember one thing. A boy only gets one chance in his life to become a man. I know that. I won't fail, I swear. Oh, God. Okay, then. Talk. We're all listening. God, that fucking hanging body that they just loved repeatedly showing over and over again. Oh, well, let's all have a listen to this confession. We're really doing this. Are we really fucking doing this right now? Are we really fucking doing this? We gotta shut our client up and prove them wrong? Oh my God. Okay. Before we start this, I've had an issue where I've had to basically ignore chat for most of the time, which sucks because then I get worried and I want to look back at chat. Let's remind everybody, because I want to look at chat to talk to people, not to get spoiled or hints. The only people that should be trying to work this out with me are people that have not played the game. If you played the game, unless I ask, and I will ask, because I don't have a problem saying I've gone through all of my scenarios and I am stumped. Give me a hint. Until then. Or in a situation where I did something correctly or like maybe in the wrong spot, and you know that if I don't do it correctly, I'm just going to spend 15 minutes doing other shit that I should have gotten right. I think it was, I presented the wrong photo in the first case. I thought I presented the right, I thought I presented one photo when in fact I presented another. And it was pointed out to me that you presented the wrong photo. Okay. Because I did it, I had it right, but then, you know, so just keep that in mind. No, I mean, you've never played it, right, Lightgazer? If you've never played it and you want to try to talk it out and we try to solve it together, I don't have a problem with that. But I know that some people have played it. Starting to believe that, and it's like, and that, you know, these types of discussions. So, like, Atme really wants to be him, but he's crazy, so he's not actually, and Ron might actually be the real deal all along. Yeah, I don't know. This will be interesting to see where this goes. No, yeah, you're fine, Lightgazer. No. You have to defend your client to the best of your ability. Now, the last case of the last game's an interesting little twist, because as far as his being able to maintain his life goes, you might have actually been like performing your client's best interests by getting him to admit that he did it, and he got to go to jail instead of being killed, essentially. So, but that was you know, that was a very odd scenario. And Phoenix never outright said, my client is the one who did it, if I remember correctly. But that's still like... No, it's not that you're bothered. I know people just want to help so I don't get stuck, but again, just always think about this. When you were first playing this game, do you think what, like, say you're going to say something, you're like, I'm not sure if this would fit under hint or spoilers or not. Just think, when I first played this game, would I have wanted to be told this when I'm trying to figure things out? The answer is no, then it probably does fall into it, because I'm assuming that everyone wanted to be able to figure, you know, stuff out of them. The answer is yes, then maybe it wouldn't have been considered a hint or a spoiler. But no, that's why I just wanted to let everybody know it once. I wasn't talking about anybody specifically. There was definitely more than one person. So, not calling out anyone in particular. The truth is, I've been mask to mask all along. I mean, you can't prove that I'm not actually mask to mask, can you? I don't have an alibi for the night the urn was stolen, after all. I donned my costume that night and dancing and descended upon the scene of the crime. Look, you can see right there in the photo, that's me. As for my brooch, I snagged it on the door handle and it got torn off, that's all. Except it doesn't look like it was torn off at all. I don't like the direction this trial has taken. This is how every trial goes, at least with me anyway. You're doing great. Stop it, Mr. Godot, you're embarrassing me. Like I said, you're only going to get one chance to testify, alright? But if you make it through this with flying colors, I'll keep my promise too. I'll make sure you stay locked up in prison as the one and only true mask to mask. Thanks so much, Mr. Godot. I'll do my best. No, Coulter, I would not let him try and reveal this. I would have tried whatever I could to get him to shut up. All right, Mr. Wright, I'm afraid it's time for the cross-examination. More like, yeah, dismissing a confession is not the technical term for it, at least not here, but basically yes, what you're saying. Like you say, Your Honor, my client is insane. He's suffering from delusions. Yeah, if this was, that's a good point, Daisy. In the US, this would have been, he would have pled guilty. Like, this trial's only happening because, in theory, there was a plea of not guilty. But I'm not sure, are there any, I'm not even sure there's any pleadings here, right? More like Moron, Lamau, am I right? Yeah. He does have an alibi, I think. You may think you're the real mask to mask, but your wife thinks you're delusional. I haven't told Desi yet about my true identity, I mean. Believe me, I got my reasons. With the way your room is decked out, how could she not know about it? Even thieves have complicated family situations, I suppose. Oh, dude, it sounds like we're about to get sidetracked again. There's no point in digging through any more of their dirty laundry. Well, why don't you continue with your testimony for now? We might have to go back to that. I thought you were going to be the one to show us the proof. You know, that you're the real mask to mask and not just some kind of obsessed fanboy. No, that's not fair. Why do I do all the hard work anyway? Maybe because you're the one making the outrageous claim for a change. Come on, Nick, you know that Mr. Light couldn't have committed the crime? You're the one with the fancy law degree. It's time to put it to work already. I need some kind of proof that Rom couldn't possibly have been mask to mask. Well, I guess if you had that kind of proof, we wouldn't still be here, would we? For the time being, maybe I need to shift strategy. I should try to show that Mr. Light couldn't have stolen the urn. Yes, that's going to be about his alibi. Oh, I have an alibi for that night. God! Jeez! You got no alibi? I've been a judge for a long time. This is the first time I've ever heard a defendant brag about having no alibi. I tell you, I was in Lordly Taylor that night. No, that's too vague, even for me. To be precise, I was down in the basement of the house. Hold on. What is it, Nick? What was Ron Delight when the crime happened anyways? We can prove he had an alibi after all. This case would be a piece of cake. Oh, you're right, but... you think you can prove that? Wake up and smell the coffee. Well, I think maybe I can. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence that shows the defendant has an alibi? Yes, it's one of the things that we have. I know that's vague, right? One of the things that we have. I have the evidence. Or do you think I'm still some sort of third-rate rookie? Oh, I've never seen you this angry before. I'm not surprised. Anger is the last refuge of the pathetic. Damn. Thought I was more confident than angry. Well then, let's see this evidence already. Show this court the evidence that proves where your client was on the night of the crime. It's one of these two things. Take that! Mr. Delight, this wallet belongs to you, correct? Oh, I guess you probably could have used both. Yes, it does. I had lost it somewhere. Mr. Wright, when you find a wallet, you should report it to the police right away. No, you don't understand. This is an important piece of evidence. Evidence? Mr. Delight, when did you first notice that you'd lost your wallet? Let's see. I think it was on the night of the crime. But I know I still had it when Desi and I went out for dinner. This wallet was found at approximately 1 a.m. at KB Security Headquarters. What? Surely you're not serious? Yes, I am serious. This proves that Mr. Delight was in fact at KB Security that night. No! Yes, but remember that this game, it's not just about proving that your client is innocent. You also have to prove who really did it. It's kind of the Danganronpa thing, right? I couldn't just prove that I as Makoto didn't do it. I also had to make sure that it was pinned on somebody else, otherwise I would just be found guilty and we'd all die. So if the defendant was at KB Security at 1 o'clock in the morning, then that proves that he has a watertight alibi. Oh. Furthermore, considering the distance between Lordly Taylor and KB Security, it would have taken 30 minutes to get there by car, according to Larry. Well, Mr. Godot, do you have anything to say? And stop drinking that coffee. Come on, Mr. Thief. Don't let this guy beat you. Tell him why he's wrong. I'm the only one who calls me thief, Mr. Godot. Alright, I'll try. I'll do it. I will. He's really got Mr. Delight all worked up. Yeah, he's like a kid his first day of school. Look, it's just ridiculous. Why would I have dropped my wallet at KB Security? Someone must have planted it there to make it look like I was there and not at the heist. Planted it there? He's really reaching now. Mr. Delight, you probably dropped your wallet when you took it out to use this, didn't you? The key card to KB Security's CEO office. Oh! That was a pretty good try, Mr. Tribulations. Unfortunately, you've overlooked one small thing. What? Motive, of course. Why would this thief go to KB Security in the middle of the night anyway? Well, Mr. Wright, looks like you need some more evidence after all. Stupid kid. Now then, let's see your evidence. The evidence that shows why Mr. Delight went to KB Security at 1 a.m. that night. Yeah. Take that! Mr. Delight, I believe you've seen this before, correct? That's... What is it? A blackmail letter. That's what it looks like from its contents. Blackmail? Yes, basically it says, bring $50,000. That certainly sounds like blackmail, all right. At the time of the theft, Mr. Delight was dealing with the blackmailer himself, in KB Security CEO office, a full half-hour away from the scene of the crime. No. Wow, he destroyed his fucking throat. Order. So when the theft of the urn occurred, the defendant was at KB Security. It looks like a perfect case for the defense. You may see it as a perfect case, Judge, but to me... Well, let's just say that my Godot blend number 107 impresses me in that way. What are you trying to say? You say the thief is being blackmailed by the CEO of a security company. But did you actually investigate the CEO at all? Huh? Well, no, I guess not. Accusing a man of blackmail with no proof, I'm not sure that I think of that. I'm not sure what I think of that. Not sure what I think of that? At least you know, at least I know what I think of you. Good point, I'm not sure what I think of it myself. You claim that the defendant entered the CEO's office, but you will need at least one witness to corroborate your claim, Mr. Wright. Nick, I think we're going to have to track down the CEO guy. No, we don't have to track down the CEO at all. What do you mean by that, Mr. Tribulations? There's someone else who can testify. The person who can testify that the keycard was used at 1 a.m. at night. Larry Butts. Who is this useless-looking young man? You don't remember him, Your Honor? Not exactly, but just looking at his picture makes the bile start to rise in my throat. Looks like he doesn't remember the case from 2 years ago. Probably blocked out that memory on purpose. Anyway, this man was working as a guard at KB Security that night. Desiree. Oh. The question at hand is this key card. Yep, that's the key card they use in the building I work. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO's office. You need it to get into that room, and every time you use that card, it leaves a record. Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when. As you can see, there's no need to investigate the CEO of KB Security. We should be able to discover the truth simply by analyzing this keycard's data. Need to get some more hydration soon. Well, Mr. Godot, the name of the CEO of KB Security is Kane Bolt. I was unable to contact him directly, but I got the keycard data. So what does it show? Each keycard has its own serial number and they leave detailed records of their use. According to this data, this card was used at 1 a.m. on the morning of the crime. But that means it can't be Mr. Delight dressed up as Master Mask in this photo. Looks like you're right. 2 minutes isn't even enough time to brew up a good cup of joe. So then... Ron Delight was clearly in the office of KB Security CEO at the time of the crime. The prosecutor's office is ready to admit that fact. Therefore, it is impossible for the defendant to be masked and asked. Good job, you did it, Nick. Why isn't this enough? That's enough. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of thief. What's wrong, Your Honor? I'm ready to pass judgment. But before I do that, do you have any further objections? No, Your Honor. Very well. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, not guilty. I feel like we're not done yet. Court is now adjourned. I'm honestly shocked that it was at me just because, again, that was the first person I thought, like, oh, he's setting it up by being the person chasing himself. Like, okay, that's a thing that's happened before, sure. But then I was like, his nose. Like, how is he getting that nose pressed in like that? Like, I thought that was a legitimate concern with that. I guess not. Yeah, he's so unlucky. Nose knows the clothes? No, we have the urn. It's weird though. The urn was rearranged correctly. And they're updating the evidence and stuff. We're obviously still not done. You're right. Nick, you did it. You were right after all. Actually, I'm a little bit ashamed of myself. Nicky boy. Oh, Mr. Light. I knew you could do it. I believed in you all along, Nicky boy. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Aw, shucks. Thanks, Mr. Light. I just know I'm blushing. Congratulations, Mr. Nick! Oh, pearls. I've got a bad feeling about this. Who is this woman? Oh, she's nobody. She's just, You're blushing! How dare you do this in front of Mystic Maya? You should be ashamed of yourself! Ouch, she slapped me. Pearly? This woman is Miss Desiree Delight. She's our client's wife. Mr. Nick! Yes? You're even worse than I thought. Going behind the back of your own client. No, you got it all wrong. I'll never forgive you. Ow, a double slap. Like Jigglypuff. No, anyway, all's well that ends well, right? You got the sacred urn back and the thief has been caught. You're so right. And it's all thanks to Nicky boy here. Actually, it was you, Miss Delight, that brought us our urn back. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Oh, please, you're embarrassing me. You won the case. And why does this guy look so glum? I am the thief. Actually, what's the plan? What is it, honey? I did my best for you, Ronnie. And I know, and I appreciate it, Desi. But the thing is... Come on, give the kid some time. He's just got a little touch of the blues. You know about feeling blue, right, amigo? Mr. Godot, what are you doing here? Oh, come on, I just came here to say thanks to my newest buddy. You, Mr. Tribulations. Maybe you should learn my name before you call me buddy. Well, playtime is over. Huh? Early this morning, the body of Cain Bullard was discovered. Oh, shit! Cain Bullard? Where have I heard that name before? Isn't that the name of the CEO of KB Security? Wait, buddy? The estimated time of death was 1 a.m. on October 12th. 1 a.m. on October 12th? You don't mean... That's right, amigo. The same time that a cheap little urn was being stolen, the CEO of KB Security was being murdered. So then, what are you doing here? Oh, come on, you figured it out already, haven't you, amigo? Oh, have you already forgotten about that piece of info I helped you out with today? Yeah, what? October 12th at 1 o'clock in the morning, Rhonda Light was in the CEO's office, the scene of the murder. After getting that blackmail letter, he must have been imbued with utter rage. What are you saying? Imbued with rage? Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Rhonda Light was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. That bodyguard, give him too much credit. An employee of KB Security, it looks like the alibi that saved him from being convicted as a thief is going to be the noose that gets him hanged. Kind of an anti-alibi. No way. It can't be the thief because he was at the murder scene when the murder occurred. No, that's a lie. It can't be true. Oh, but I am the thief, I tell you! Rhonda Light, you're going back to prison again. This time the charge is much more serious. This time you'll be tried for murder. What? This is impossible. I'm looking forward to another exciting showdown, Mr. Trey. You and I aren't through with each other yet. Surely you won't back down from a challenge. You've never been a coward. Mr. Nick, is there something personal between you two? I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. At least let me have some fun while I'm here. This guy, who the heck is he? He may be quiet, but he's the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced. Well then, time to say goodbye to Mr. Delight. Bruh! Holy shit! Fucking Inferno Weird Ass Cases is right. Wow. I haven't seen one yet either. Yo, what's up, Ludes? We benefited well in our personal canon. Pearls doesn't have to know about our personal canon or our client. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Maya definitely would tramp you. I agree with that. She just don't want to admit it to herself just yet. Yeah, we all knew the case wasn't done right. They were updating evidence and shit. We still have stuff we haven't used. Like, there's too much there. I guess now we'll find out if it's an entirely new chapter, if it's all within chapter 2. I guess we'll find that out. The real contest of masculinity has begun. Yeah, it is really strong evidence. Level of surprise 1 to 10 that the pretty high. I knew there was going to be a murder coming because I was like, they're not just going to have this case of the stolen urn. They're going to have a murder at some point, right? And we haven't used evidence. I am mildly surprised. That's actually a good setup. That he was trying to say, I'm the thief so that I can tell you that I wasn't the murderer. But again, the red jewel and that shiny red jewel on Atmi's hand. Might not be the same, but it's very prominent. Anyways, surprised by how they did it, they executed it, it'd be pretty high, like an 8, I'd say. Pretty sick reveal there. Good for the game. Good Oshik join the greasers. Yeah. I forgot who said that. I think it was Coulter or it was somebody who's like, it's going to be a while before you find the body, so you might as well stop the stream. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, is it within an hour? No, it wasn't within an hour. No. That was a good call. Nick, how could this be happening? Right in front of our very eyes, our client has been arrested for murder. The one who established his presence at the scene was me. Ronnie. Arrested for murder on the very same day he's declared innocent of larceny. What the heck's going to happen next? Godot's cool. I like his personality. It's a nice change up from like the very overtly conceited Von Karma's. It's more of like a like he's obviously conceited, but it's more subtle, a little more suppressed. Even Edgeworth was overtly conceited. Happy music. Yeah, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again. Well, supposedly, Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. No way, Jose, I don't buy it. The one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself, at least from what I can understand. Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. Well, how about we get started looking into the KB security murder? I think I'm gonna head back to Crime Village for a little while, if that's alright. Sure, but why? I'm going to bring the sacred urn back and ask the people to take a look at it. Like, why is it rearranged in the correct way again? That still seems really weird. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with... No, Mitsukma, you should stay here. I want you two to spend some special quality time together, full of love and happiness. Pearls is so caught up in her fantasy, she forgot there's a murder to solve. Now remember, no fighting, okay? Pearl's way more useful than Maya. You looped around to being bad. You lapped yourself. How much longer am I going? It is 3:09, so at least one more hour. I am going to take an ever so brief break to use the bathroom. Yeah, because I really need to fucking go. I will be back in a sec. Although I'd like to play some music. Hold on. Let's get to some music. She's gone. Okay, Nick, time to get going on this murder investigation. Alright, sorry about the wait. Today was the first time in months that I got some extended exercise, so I hydrated quite a bit today, and my body was finally like, alright bro, you've hydrated a lot, so it's time to recycle. Not recycle, expel, just expel, yeah. Not recycling anything. Only if I were to drink the, oh god. Let's move on. Disgusting. To what Adamski you asked before, that's a good question. I would think he would still be able to defend him. I guess I can't think of any reason why he wouldn't be able to. There's some weird conflict going there because you were the one that established why he might be the person. That's a good question though. That I'm not 100% sure on that, but that's my guess. Ron or at me? I like Ron's character is really funny. At me is just kind of annoying. Unicorn horn nose. They always have sweet and tender benefits. Wouldn't surprise me if that's what happens in the end. Larry Oldbag? Let's not ship Oldbag with anybody, please. Mystery. I look like a dad without the jacket. I'm guessing that's a compliment? I feel like I look more like, well, I look more like a Chet with the jacket than a Chad. Cross Ron with Detective Gumshoe. No, because you didn't, just because you established a fact in court doesn't make you a witness. Because you as the attorney don't have to testify to anything. You're merely now attempting to prove that even though your prior fact was true, this is why your client still couldn't be the person that killed the victim. But I understand your thought process of that. I don't want to get too much into the politics thing since we kind of moved away from that, but no, not Phoenix and Larry. Phoenix can do better. But let's just say that your views are a little too black and white, Daisy. There's a lot of in between that happens. So just keep an open mind when it comes to labels like that. That tends to generalize people, and that generalizations like that leads, could lead you to be very mistaken. Pearl doesn't get shipped. No, she's a child. No shipping. Nope. Yeah, because it's not like we saw him there. We weren't witnesses to that. And it's not like we would be witnesses to, like, didn't you prove that like, that's not, as an attorney, that you wouldn't be called to the witness stand for that. If anything, they would just bring up the transcripts of the other case, or the transcription. I would be surprised if he's a murderer. I guess we'll see. All right, let's go find the dude's body or the crime scene or something. already told you, it's not me. Sad, pitiful whine that tapers into silence. Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight right now. Man, we don't have enough time as it is. Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Yesterday they thought he was just a thief, but now they got a murder case on their hands. I guess you're right. That guard over there looks a bit on edge, too. Dude, that guard looks exactly like he always looks every time we're in this room. Come on, we'll just have to come back later. Okay, let's go check out some other place, Nick. Oh, Nicky boy, my, this delight. All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie. Yeah, but I guess it ended up hurting his case. I think I made him sound like, I don't think he was supposed to sound like that. Didn't say that, Nick. It still was douchey for him to say it. She doesn't need your help beating herself up. Hey, Nicky boy, please help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. Alright, I'll poke around and see what I can find out. Oh, that's encouraging. Really? Are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking for your help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore. I had no idea Miss Delight had such a vulnerable side. Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never, ever kill anyone. It's just not in him. You think he would either, Nick. Yeah, but you have to admit he's got a bit of a temper to him. It's not that hard to imagine him just snapping and screaming, "Please die!" You would never say that. Anyway, Mrs. Delight, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Mrs. Delight, I hate to say it, but you're the one living in the fantasy world. What? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. Wow. I guess I'm not super honest then. I definitely sneak a nap. Yeah, I like Godot. He's a worthy adversary. How far are we going today? Another, what, 45 minutes? 40 minutes? A while longer. I'm worried that she's gonna come out and be like the murderer. I have this itching feeling that she's going to be responsible for something and getting in trouble. And I want to like her character so much. I want to think that she just likes him for him and like good for him. He found himself a smoking hot wife that looks beneath his, you know, beneath his pitiful surface, as long as he's willing to let her drive fast. Maybe Edgeworth, but not Von Karma. Von Karma would smack Godot with his dick. Can I hire you to find out who stole my drinks from the company fridge after I made them at work? That sucks that happened to you. But no, I'm not a detective. I don't do investigation. Not like investigation, at least. Like, for me, it's more, I guess I do gather evidence. But it's not to like the extent that Phoenix does it. Would it? I mean, I guess, because the way I think of it is she hasn't said, even if she was the one who was the killer or whatever, it's not like she's lied yet. But I guess the way that the game is presented the Magatama is just that if they are hiding something in general, you'll see the lock. So that makes sense. I'm looking at it a little too narrowly, I suppose. Do they really change things that much? But yeah, like that. I don't really want to know that type of stuff because now I have an inkling that I'm gonna see it and I'll be like, oh, even though it might have happened before, it's possible I wouldn't have known had I not been given a heads up about that. So just again, everyone needs to be careful with the type of very small hints that they give. Can't figure out who stole your pencil. I just saw Community today. It was the monkey that's living in the air ducts. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he would. Oh, I said that already. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief. Huh. The very idea. I guess I just don't get it. Huh? Get what? I just can't understand how they can be so different and yet be such a happy couple. Yeah, they sure are different. Come on now, Mickey boy. It's not that mysterious, is it? It's love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? For you? I hate these kinds of people more than anything. You mean ace detectives? No, I'm fine with ace detectives. Oh, so then you must mean the thieves. No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives. There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to Detective Atmey's office anyways? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try to find out more about the real criminal. Dude's locks were just unlocked? Is that what people do? The real criminal? Yes, obviously real mask to mask is not my Ronnie, right? Yeah? Detective Atmey knew more about mask to mask than anyone else. I mentioned him on the great people around town saying on TV. So then you went there to ask him some questions? That's right, I'll do whatever it takes to save the man. The secretary said, the ace detective isn't in right now, but I forced my way past her into his hideout. I wouldn't exactly call that office of his a hideout. The bag was sitting right on top of the table. At that point, they just stole it, right? Oh yeah, we saw that bag there yesterday, too. There's nothing lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else. Mr. Light, do you know about Gamez's security? Don't be silly, of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works. So she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard today... Former officer, yep, got it. Ron quit. He doesn't work there anymore. Looks like Mr. Light doesn't know. New security is only about 20 minutes away, by motorcycle that is really fast. Larry told me it takes 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. To make it to KB security that fast, are you sure you aren't literally flying? I might give you a ride sometime. Better yet, how about now? No, I'll pass things. Why don't you just tell us where it is and we'll go ourselves? Haha, what a scaredy cat you are, Nick. Mr. Light told us the location of KB security. Okay, let's head over there right away, Nick. So was it literally love at first sight when you met Mr. Delight? Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life. Saved your life? I was at work one day when two robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind to just curl into a little ball in a corner, so I fought back. Robbers? Yes, they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying these huge knives, and I broke down into tears. Yeah, I would too if I were in that situation. Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running in to save you? Yes, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went right up to those two knife-wielding robbers and screamed in their faces. Please stop it! He screamed. I couldn't see the robber's face turn I could see the robber's face turn pale. The high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the two robbers. All by himself, he came to save me, a total stranger, all by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. I think Mr. Delight already hit that manhood thing that Godot was talking about. Wow, that's a great story. Yes, he may not look it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with her like I did. That's so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage. You were literally taken hostage. Like, not even a year ago. We have actually had this happen before. Unless you're talking about, like, right in front of my face, then sure, yeah. With Maya, that possibility always seems to loom in the not-so-distant future. That was sweet. That's so cool. Because you know he pissed himself, to like actually piss himself, but he still did it. Yeah, right, like... Well, yeah, that's why you go on dates. I'm sure she wasn't just like, hey, let's be together now. They probably dated first, and then he was like, hey, this is cool. You're awesome. He is a man. M-A-N. Almost like a hard 3-day limit is completely unreasonable. Oh yeah, for sure. No, that's a good question, Ventus. If he hasn't been working there, how long hasn't he been working there, and how has she not noticed that he's not bringing in money anymore? Yeah, that's what I thought too, Lightgazer. But I think it might be a little more general than that. All right, let's go to the CEO's office. Wait, what? Yes, Kazuma. I mean, I probably would. Oh, you forgot about that part, Mr. Rodriguez? Hey, man, I'm not gonna hate... Don't hate the player, man. You can't even hate the game there. He just... Good for him. He put his life on the line, and something really good came out of it. He did it for somebody else. That's... Good for him. Good for him. So I guess this is where it all went down, huh? The game will tell me... Nope, actually. I don't even want to know what you were referring to. Just shh. I don't want to know what the game is going to tell me later. Unless I ask, which I do. I'll say, I wonder about this, but will something happen? Will the game tell me about something that I might not understand? Has it been said or has it not? Or is it going to be said later? Later, or no, they said that it was this. Okay. So I guess this is where it all went down, huh? Walls in here look thick, just like you'd expect in a CEO's office. This is actually a really small CEO's office. What's that got to do with anything? Hey, it's you guys. Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it was a real train wreck for you guys, huh? Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made real fools out of us. Yeah, go for it. Did he make fools out of us, though? He didn't realize that it had happened until later. I'm pretty sure he didn't know the dude died until they went and checked on the CEO.
Oh, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great. You guys got what you deserve, pal. Ho, 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 ho. Or something to that effect.
Do I really sound like that to you, pal?
If the gumshoe fits.
Well, anyway. The point is I can tell when someone puts their heart into their jobs. I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives.
Oh, I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy.
Really? I guess you weren't there for 1-5, but now if this little love fest is over, maybe we can start investigating.
Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder.
Okay, but the thing is, I'm really not supposed to.
Hey, come on, what about we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us right now. We need help.
Okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, pal, okay, pal?
Okay, I won't cry on you, pal.
Victim's name is Kate. God, those chops on those sideburns, man. Oh my God. Jeez. Victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in this room. It happened at exactly the same time that Mask to Mask was stealing the heart.
So why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body?
There's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside that safe. Safe? Well, it is pretty big. Nobody had heard from him, and when they opened the safe this morning, out he came. Most of the body fell out. That white stream must be the shape from when he fell out.
I think we still need some more information about Mr. Billy.
Maybe you could start by getting the man's name right. Yeah. I'm like, wait, have I been saying it wrong this whole time? I don't get the pun either. Kane Bullard. Kane Bullard. Kane Bullard. Anybody? I don't know. He looks like the guy you hate in hentai. Oh my. Is it possible for a girl to be badass without looking tomboy or butchy? Just asking. Yes, I would say so. I guess it depends on what you see as a badass. Belle from Beauty and the Beast was kind of a badass. And she's, you know, like princess type or whatever. She was brave as fuck. Going looking for her father like that. Trying to be smart when everybody in town was like, you're a woman, you shouldn't be smart. Reading books. I have not played River City Girls. Just looks like a dude that deserves to be dead. Yeah, he does look like a mafia guy. I mean, they don't even have to have a weapon to be badass, but yeah, that's true.
So, what happened to Mask to Mask?
He's out of detention center, screaming like a madman. Investigate me again! He keeps yelling. No, I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right? Oh, they're talking about Ronnie. He's not the real thief anyway, right? Oh, you mean that detective at me? Ho ho ho. Oh, that was great. That guy got what he deserved. Ho ho ho. Oh. Maybe I should change his voice to Mickey's voice.
Now that's the detective I know and love.
Think about it. Atme was always around when the calling card showed up. But he always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. I was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief.
I'm still not convinced. That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen item he keeps bragging about.
Yeah, he just did that to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's one thing I can't figure out about his first heist.
His first heist?
Yeah, the tier of Emina case. There was a witness on that one.
A witness?
Here, I saved the newspaper clipping. This thief is already under arrest. You guys can keep it.
Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it.
Isn't that Ronnie? Is that Ronnie? Or is it that guard that we always see? Is that Larry?
Oh, that prosecutor, I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight.
Yeah, I think he did it that way just because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway.
So who is that Java-addicted mass maniac anyways?
Prosecutor Godot? He's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office. Came out of nowhere.
Was he even hired, or did he just show up like with coffee like, where's my office?
And the fucking prosecutor's office is just so taken aback that they're like,
there's an empty one over there.
Thank you. Let me know when I get my first case. That's right. He said this was his first case as a. That's right. He said this was his first case as a prosecutor. If that's true, according to the records, anyway. But there's no way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court, a maverick that gives me goosebumps.
Goosebumps? You?
Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way.
Poor Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea he was so unpopular.
No, that's not what I meant.
That Godot guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret.
I mean, I still like both Von Karmas more than Godot. But, to be fair, we've only had one case with Godot, so that could change. But Von Karma, because Von Karma, it's going to be hard to top Manfred Von Karma as a villain prosecutor. Just like a straight up evil fucking villain prosecutor. He is the epitome of cartoonish villainy for a game like this. And Franziska was really good at being a villain, but also having actual character development, much like Edgeworth. And she has she's very dynamic. Again, much like Edgeworth. I'd have to see something out of Godot that shows that he's a dynamic character. But as of right now, we've only seen one side, but that's, again, because we've only had one case, so my opinion could change. Right, he was only in one case, and that's the impression that he left. That was incredible. I'm not leaving this one case with that sort of impression of Godot. But I'm pretty sure in my tier list, I put Franziska above Manfred because she was in more than one case and had more character development, which makes her, to me, a better character. But Von Karma was still fantastically written. Oh my god. Yeah, and I'm sure he does develop over the course of the game. I don't know. We only had the one case so far. But in terms of like my impression of him versus others right now. Yeah, trite is an insult. Yeah, objection. He was a literal demon. I wish I'm gonna go back and watch that first time that I heard him say objection. I'm pretty sure I mildly freaked out. Yeah, I like to think that there wasn't even a job opening. He just came in and was like, where do I sit? I'm your first prosecutor. We're investigating why Nin stole your fries. You're hiring me. Now pay me. We have fries to sell. Yeah, now I want fries. Thanks a lot, Lightgazer. God. The ball from the Dr. Murder case, the one that hit the urn. Nini was a pretty good. I think I might have underrated her a little bit in my tier list. I think I had her in like high B. She might have been an A. Because I actually really liked how that case developed. Like she took her sister's place. Like that was kind of awesome, to be honest. Just now that I'm re-editing that case to shrink it down for the VOD cut, I'm like actually remembering it a little more vividly.
This rope, you think it fell out of the safe when it opened? It was open?
I don't think so.
So you mean...
Yeah, I think the string shows where and how the corpse is lying.
You mean the victim, he was killed by being crushed by the safe door?
She can't be serious, can she?
You think about it, a dead guy was laying here in here all night.
Yeah, oh by the way, don't bother asking about fingerprints, there were none. Well, somebody opened somebody opens the safe on the night of the crime, right?
Yeah, and so?
Well, if Mr. Bullard's body was hidden here, it must mean that it was opened by either the killer or the victim, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, I got some bad news for you, pal. Are you ready? Okay, shoot. Opening this baby is no piece of cake. There are only a few people who know how to open the safe, pal. Yeah, and? Everyone that knows how to open the safe had airtight elbows. I checked. Everyone except one, that is. I'm almost afraid to ask. Former security chief, Ron DeLight. Oh, he was the security chief? Holy shit.
What? Ron DeLight? He was a security chief?
Ron? So he knew how to open the safe, huh? Yeah, sorry for raining on your parade there, pal. Well, better that we know this information than find it out later. Oh, 100%. That jazz is smooth. This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought.
Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out just for a second.
It does look like a soft chair.
Ooh, nice. I feel just like a CEO. Hey, you, whip me up a cup of some really expensive import tea and some scones. Move it.
Oh god, scones sounds so good right now.
Ah, this is the life.
The victim sat in the chair just before he was brutally killed now.
Eh! Wow, look at that huge framed photo.
Tall mountains rising majestically against a dark and cloudy sky.
There's a title written at the bottom of the photo. The Great Sunrise of My Life. This is it? This was his best sunrise?
Yeah, this guy didn't come out enough, or he had really rotten luck with the weather.
Maybe if he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. Oh, there's a button here. Let's see.
Hey, cut it out. Don't press that.
That was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that.
Use that button anyway. It's an emergency buzzer. It says it right there on the panel.
Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first?
This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security. Really? It's possible on the night of the crime.
Oh, so when the CEO was attacked, do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer?
Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked around down there. But they said that the buzzer never went off that night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way, just so you know. I think we'd better go and talk to that guard about this emergency buzzer. Oh, he has, like, moving library shelves in his CEO's office? That's kind of lame. These look like some kind of bookshelf rolling cabinet hybrid.
I can't get in between these two shelves.
Don't strain yourself trying. Looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel.
So I guess it's one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filled with bunches of files.
Yeah, files filled with
data about security jobs they were hired to handle. Hey, good night's reading if you've got insomnia. I was hoping for something a little more exciting, like UFOs or something. Oh, that's the panel that controls it. I mean, I guess the thought behind that stereotype is that you kind of have to be in order to get to that position. I don't know. All red buttons are all huge, big, round buttons that just ask to be pushed. Well, think about it though, Light. The board of directors aren't going to hire the person that they like the most. They're going to hire the person that they think is going to make them the most money. And if that just happens to be a psychopath or a narcissist, although in generally hiring a psychopath seems to go against your best interest. A narcissist, on the other hand, that's a little different. They're generally able to function a little better than a psychopath. Check out this big, thick binder here. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly back-breaking work, just a little hard on the eyes. Ah! What did you find out, Nick? This file, it's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about Mask to Mask. It's filled with info on him. What? What kind of info? It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods in the crime scene. Hey, Nick, look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see. Tier of Emanon? Tier of Emanon? Emanon. I still don't think I'm pronouncing. Tier of Emanon? $100,000. This looks like a list of all the treasures that Master Mask stole. So then $100,000 is the value of the stone item? I don't know. That number sounds kind of low to me. It does. I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. This was his first heist, and I guess I underestimated him. I was sure I was going to get him, so I was careless and lost the info on the witness. By witness, you mean the guard in this photo? Yeah, he and the detective worked together to try catching Mask to Mask. But he got away anyway, huh? That guard. I got the weird feeling that I've seen him around lately. So about this. Huh? What's that? Hey, wait a minute, Maya. What's wrong? You copied that data without permission. Fucking cares. You might get mad at us. Whatever his name is. Damn. Exactly, Adamski. I mean, what people don't understand is that people think CEO and they think big corporation. And they think douchebag because that's what happens in media, right? Movies and TVs and stuff. There are a lot of CEOs of much smaller companies, a lot smaller scale, that, don't, they're going to come off much different than you would expect because not everybody is in those sort of fictional scenarios, common fictional scenarios. It is a very clean room for a murder scene. Are malt beverages any good? I do not like malt beverages even with alcohol.
So with non-alcohol, I mean, you could try them. I'm not a fan though. Someone likes them. I don't think he drinks them anymore, but yeah, they haven't told us how he's died yet. I for some reason I assumed he was strangled, but then if Ronnie did it, there's no way that dude strangled anybody. Are you telling me that I shouldn't be pressing the big red subscribe button? Wait. Yes, on mobile or desktop, right below. That's a good red button. I mean, yeah, job stereotypes. I mean, if we go by job stereotypes, I'm a narcissistic asshole who just wants to get criminals off and be held not responsible for the crimes they commit, right? That's an interesting thought, Cosmo, about him wearing the costume for that purpose. Oh, is that in the cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma to the head? Yeah, okay. So then where's the murder weapon? This binder? This thick binder? Maybe. They're both dangerous. They can both do bad stuff to you long term. I don't think he has anything else to add, does he? I guess I can present. Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Mr. Shane Bluebard. That's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluebard, pal. Oh yeah, the victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me. Really? Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information. Can you help us out? Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbing like an idiot right now. Okay, Nick, now's our chance to get more info about the victim. So hurry up and ask. Can you tell us some more about Mr. Bullard? He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it anyway? Well, the company basically sends security teams out to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets during doing this kind of work. Oh, and I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber. He falls into the stereotype of being a money-grubbing CEO. Plot hole. Exactly, muted. That's my. I was thinking about trying to make the distinction because I do see it being there being one distinction, but it's just better to treat them both as possibly, really bad for you. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting my wallet. Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier. Let me go already. Apparently, he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Ooh, that's naughty, naughty, naughty. It's against the law. Oh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded. Yeah, oh, KB Security used to head security operations against Mask to Mask. What? Really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. So it was really Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? Actually, yes. Didn't mean to do that. kind of feel sorry for him. He's kind of a sad young guy.
Yeah, and he seems to have a habit of always getting arrested prematurely.
Well, it's just my personal opinion, but I think the police should have investigated the whole thing more carefully.
But weren't you the one that arrested him with a giant goofy smile on your face?
Come on, we don't have time to start with that. Let's just leave it alone. I always knew there was something suspicious about this guy. And I was right. Turned out that Damask was really that ace detective in disguise.
You really thought that?
Oh, of course. Stone cold truth. Sooner or later, a guy like that always shows his true colors.
Yeah, well, I think I saw a little too much of his colors today.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that one.
Let's present Godot real quick.
Guy is a real puzzle if you ask me. And maybe I should be asking you. Do you know something about him?
Why would I know something?
Well, it sure sounded like you two knew each other from the way you acted today.
It's Mr. Godot that acts like he knows Nick, not the other way around.
Exactly. You'd think I'd remember someone like him. I still say the whole thing's a bit suspect.
Let's go to that. Yeah. It's the best way to destroy Hate Daisy. Oh God. I don't drink coffee though. Drink lots of water. What is going... Alright, I'm just gonna... I mean, yeah, drinking can be fine. It's just, it's done in... Like, your moderation cannot be overemphasized. Problem is that there are some people that can't do it in moderation. So, quite honestly, it's better to not even try it if you can avoid it. I honestly gave into the peer pressure of doing it socially, which is why I started. But I'm lucky in that I have willpower. When my wife had COVID, I went like 6 weeks without drinking anything because, drinking can hurt your immune system. And if I did have it, I didn't want to do anything that was going to compromise my immune system more than it already would have been. So I didn't drink for 6 weeks and it was fine. I didn't have a problem with it. Looks like Monokuma's center or whatever. Wow, this is really something else. The security guard office, it sure doesn't feel very secure. KB security guard. Oh, I just remembered. Larry might be... Hey, Nick, what's up? Oh, so he is here. Yo, how's it hanging, dude? You got my sweet little Maya with you, too.
Drinking Mountain Dew's fine. Just don't drink too much soda either, just for, like, diabetes purposes. You don't want to get diabetes. Adorable senoritas. I'll take that. We need to have more. Dude, we got enough willpowers for a little bit, man. It's just a cider. It's not anything hard, but no, it's not A&W. Although I do love me some root beer. Well, my wife had it. I just assumed that I got it because it would have been very odd for me to somehow not catch it. Although we kept the house very disinfected during that 6 weeks, and we didn't see each other very much at all. I think that's how you're supposed to feel about them, is that you're not sure how you're supposed to feel about them. Yeah, if you're a lightweight, I definitely understand that. I guess one of the benefits I have is I'm a big dude, so it takes a bit for me to start like getting buzz. So I can have a beer or a cider or something, and my judgment's not really gonna be impaired, you know. But that can be a really slippery slope too. But like my wife, for example, she can drink like a glass of wine and you can tell she's buzzed.
Hi, Larry. You're as working my fingers to the bone. And then walks an angel. I got no problems with the daytime date. It's all good.
No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case.
Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you?
He's so hopelessly clueless.
Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, I've got some good info for you. Really? What is it? Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya. Nick here is a different story. But Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies, and he literally saved you from being found guilty of murder. That was the end of This Is Now.
What's this good info you're talking about, Larry?
Hey, I'm a guard. A pro. I can't just give away information for free.
You want a bribe? I thought professionals were more, I don't know, honest. How about I don't send collections, sick collections after you for that $1,000+ you obviously owe me for getting you off the hook for murder.
Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info? Yeah, I like that. This kid's got some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Yes, so tell me. Okay, so the thing is, Light was an employee here. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me? Yes, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on. Well, 1 year ago, Light was fired.
A year ago? I wasn't expecting. Where is he getting money? Where's he getting? Okay, maybe he is. Maybe he is Mask the Mask, and that's how he was getting money. He's stealing items and selling them on the black market.
There was no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. I know he's a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. I guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like maybe it's keeping out of work to go pick up hot chicks or something.
No, that's just you. Yeah, a year is a long time. Long time. I had 15 shots of nothing. I drank a pint of the same stuff and slept on my bathroom floor. Yeah, it's odd how different, like, just different timing can do stuff like that. You don't see the CEO's office on the monitors. That's a good point. Well, I don't know what that's supposed to be in the upper left. So what is it like to be a part-time security guard?
Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me. I get by alright, I guess. First, I have to keep my eye on those monitors all the time. Monitors? These are security cameras in each room around the building.
There are.
It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are going to fall out. Oh. If I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams.
What teams?
Security teams for this company. They're supposedly the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either. So if it's something small, I don't bother calling them.
In other words, you basically watch TV screens all day. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you?
Why do you say that? It's just a part-time job for me. I can't operate the equipment and I'm dumb.
Even if it is part-time and you're dumb, you're still in charge of security here.
Hey, give me a break. Don't try to pin the whole thing on me. It's not fair, Nick.
Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? Uh-oh. Oh no. I knew something smelled bad, and it was the butts after all.
Well, it's like I always say, that was then and this is now, okay? Looks like I'm going to have to break his Cyclops after all. Well, let's see if we have the proper evidence. I think Larry wants to be a Chad. What part of Larry's a Chad? He's always like, just gonna go pick up chicks, man. Yeah. Just gonna, leave work and take this wallet back to this little lady, even though I'm not supposed to be doing this right now, because chicks. Like, the whole one-track mind in that regard is Chad-ish. Not complete Chad, but Chad-ish. But he's also not, like, an aggressive... He's not aggressive enough to be a Chad, like a true Chad. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to? What, huh? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? Didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Mr. Light? But that was that, and this is this. Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night, too? Never. I didn't sneak out. I tell you what, I even bet you $1. $1? Wow, now that's confidence. What's your drenched in the brain puppy look on your face? You give me evidence I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? This wallet. You know about this, right? I never seen it before. Liar. You hand-delivered this wallet to Mr. Light just yesterday. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember everything that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. 1 o'clock in the morning. 1 o'clock in the morning? That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murderer might have snuck in before that. What do you mean by that? The murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m. and it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. I have the feeling he still doesn't get the seriousness of this. Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck in the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your shift. Do we know that? Do we know that? Jesus, why are we so aggressive all of a sudden? Relax, JB, relax. These people aren't even around you and you're getting all antsy. Take a chill pill, sit back and enjoy the stream, man. Shouldn't be caring about people you'll never, ever, ever meet. They are not rhythm-timey things. They make more sense within the context of the game. I like rhythm games. Yeah, I don't Do we have anything that shows that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 2 p.m.? Them dying at 1 a.m. doesn't show that the killer snuck in then. This is Ron's, though. I mean, I guess that shows that he didn't... Larry, when you use this key card, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does. But I can't shoot the record just anyone, you know. That key card data was already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like this must go through me. What, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard? Really? Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office is open with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m. at the time of the murder. No way! Yes, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Oh, Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. No! Someone called me a believer. Like threatening to hit girls with baseball? That's not cool, man. That's not cool. It's not cool. You gotta be chill. Let's not be internet tough guys here. Was the CEO at the office at 1 a.m. to meet with, I guess this doesn't actually say that it was the CEO that wrote it. I guess that was just the assumption. Was that it was the CEO that wrote this? But I mean, other than that, CEOs work late. That's not like super out of the ordinary. Oh, I knew it. It's not my fault. It's my fault that the boss was killed. My fault. I never meant to give you my shrimp, girl. I never meant to bring you to my world. Nice and in the corner crying, and now it's my fault, my fault. I should just give him a Slim Shady voice. If I could do a Slim Shady voice. Mary. There's nothing I can do. I have important issues to deal with too, man. It happened that night anyway. When Donna happened. Oh, Donna. Huh? You're Donna? I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my Donna called and said I have to talk to you right away. I went to see her, and you were standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy stalked me right to kiss her. Normally, I'm the one that did the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Yeah? So is that why you left the security guard office? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. How can I ever make it up for it, Nick? How can I ever make up for it, Nick? What can I do? What? He's curled up on the floor, crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick, is there anything I can do? Anything, just name it. I'll do whatever I have to make up for it. I swear I will. Larry. Hey, Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we've got? Right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful information from him. Nick! The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right? It's right. Just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya. Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue. Good lord. Yeah. Oh, see, you don't want to make threats like that because that seems really creepy. And possibly violent. You want to say things like, you're lucky I don't know where you live, or have transportation. That's just kind of not okay. Let's back off on the shitty things to say. Don't you also have to stream it in order to be considered an e-girl? I mean, it's funny that that guy would be at the office late. It seems like he's the guy who's like, I'm gonna leave at 5 p.m. Everybody else do my work for me. That's just by his look. You're generalizing here. Is it wrong that I feel bad for? Well, I mean, yeah. No backseating. I will examine the crime scene anyways. I don't need anybody to tell me that. Just take a chill pill. Let the game happen. Wow, that was pretty good. Thanks, I tried. Do you think you could tell us about the buzzer now? Yes, please tell us. Okay, yes, sir. Prepare to be wowed. I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it. See, that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? So this is the third floor of the basement. CEO's office on the first floor. Thought it would be a good idea to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I didn't think it was necessary. It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night? There must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did, and I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either. You think you could take just one more look for me, pretty please? Okay, I just can't say no to you, Maya. What do you think, Nick? He's probably right. I don't think even Larry could have... What is it? What's wrong? I made a mistake! Huh? But how? It can't be. It's impossible. Okay, enough already. What about the records? At night, it went off just once. In the morning at around 1 a.m. 1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened. Really? Are you serious? That's terrible. It can't be. Think we have anything else to... So, was this the card that was used by the culprit that night? We were going after serial number, yeah. This card was used to open the CEO's office at 1 in the morning. You claim this card, right? It's no brainer. He's a killer, man. It's the wallet I found. You found it when you snuck out of work to get sucked into Kisser, right? I didn't sneak out of work to get sucked into Kisser. Boy, I've been more responsible at work. I might have spied the murder on the monitor like I was supposed to. Harry, you really do feel bad, don't you? Yeah, well, maybe if it's off his best. I think it brought Destiny and I closer together. God, that's a Chad thing to say. Just like they say, every cloud has a silver lining. You guys see that old water glass is half full, am I right? Now he's starting to sound like the Larry I know. Don't forget, Nick, half full. So what about this? Huh? Why, you shouldn't have. Love letter for me? No, sorry. This is a blackmail letter. What? How do you know about that, Maya? Huh? How much is Alexis demanding this time? Huh? Who is this Alexis? Didn't we show him this letter yesterday too? I'm pretty sure we did. That's funny. It's written on this poster in fine print. The Guard's 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. Number 1, obey thy superior. Number 2, respect thy superior. Number 3, smile at thy superior. Number 4, salute thy superior. 5, buy donuts for thy superior upon command. It's signed Wendy Oldbag, head supervisor.
It wouldn't have surprised me if actual vomit had came out of my mouth there.
She's one tough old bird, let me tell you. Cross her and you come face to face with a real genuine ray gun.
Yeah, sounds scary, alright.
But fortunately, she's on vacation. That's why I'm so relaxed right now.
Thank fucking God.
That's my partner, see?
Your partner?
Well, that's what I call her. She's my spirit, actually. Kind of weird old lady. There's tea spilled all over that machine, you know? So don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. Still works fine, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess.
Yeah, I have no desire to see her either.
None at all. Hey, Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right. Alright. Did you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever? Lever? Yeah, sure, I was told to never ever touch that lever. She scowled at me and huffed at me. Nothing terrible would happen if you do. Got it, greenhorn? Why hang your jacket on such an important lever? Because you got me curious. If the jacket's weight pulls the lever down, that's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspension kill you? Do you want to know what'll happen, huh? Don't you want to know what'll happen, huh? It's true, it's killing me too. What about you, Nick?
Yeah, but for a different reason.
Oh, take a look at these things here. Hey, Larry, what are they?
Did you say,
Hey man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought they were just some kind of decoration or something.
Oh boy. How'd this guy ever get a job here anyway? Fuck the right person, I guess. That's a good question. I don't think so. Actually curious, let me check something real quick. Yeah, criminal negligence doesn't generally apply to a situation like this. Because you have wrongful death suits. Which are civil cases, and that's normally where something like this would come in, but I'm not sure. Like, even if Larry could be held responsible, which I'm not sure if he could or not. I would have to look at the statute for something like that. Even if he were, say you're the family of the CEO, they're not going to go after Larry because Larry can't. Well, I was going to say you go after the company, but as the CEO running the company, wouldn't that have been mostly your responsibility anyway? Well, let's say there's a situation where you have two construction workers. One construction worker does something that is negligent and the other person dies because of it. If there's a wrongful death suit, is that family's family going to go after the construction worker or the construction company? Probably the construction company, because the construction company has the actual money that can be paid. The construction worker himself is going to give them shit, because unless he's working doing construction, he's rich and does construction as a hobby, you know. Chances are you won't get anything in a lawsuit if you sue somebody who doesn't have anything, which is exactly what I was just alluding to. Which is why, in situations where you can sue multiple parties, you will generally make sure that the richest party is a part of that suit in order to get some sort of, you know, get paid your damages. All right, later, Muted. We're gonna be ending soon anyways. So don't worry. Figured we'd get through this room and then call it a night. The screens there show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. It's my job to keep a steady eye on it. Oh, I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you. Can you watch regular TV on these too? Anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working as Larry. Hey, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on it. How do you know all that, Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking. It was a professional investigation, right? That's my workstation. Pretty cool, huh? I keep a steady eye on the monitors and use that mic for communication. Look at all this equipment. It must be hard to operate. No biggie. I think there's an instruction manual somewhere in this room. Somewhere? Instruction manual? What are you going to do in an emergency? Well, I guess I'd start by calmly looking for the instruction manual. During that time, my partner, the old lady, would calmly look for reading glasses. That's what us security professionals call teamwork. Even Maya and Pearls could run this place better. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Get out of my head! Do we have anything else to talk to him about right now? I think we got through everything else. You could settle out of court without having to go to trial. Although generally judges need to approve of settlements in an actual lawsuit. So usually a court appearance would be necessary, at least one. Unless the judge gives the attorney's clients leave to not have to appear in person and just the attorney appears, but that's not always going to be the case. I'm not sure it can be criminal negligence in general, because I'm not sure there's a criminal negligence statute that would apply to a situation like this. That's a state-by-state thing, though. I don't think there's anything here that would... I would have to look. I'm not sure it's established yet that he was dead before the alarm went off. It went off at 1. They say he died at 1. He went in at 1. It was used at 1:02. Time of death 1 a.m. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, if it went off at 1:02, I guess it was established that it went off 2 minutes after, although not in the story yet. Again, I'm not even sure it even matters if it's criminal negligence. I'm not even sure it could be criminal negligence even if the killer isn't caught. I don't know how Old Bag keeps getting hired. She's incompetent. Every place she works at, people die. It's happened every time. No, we're gonna be back tomorrow. Oh, Junko was awesome.
she's an obnoxious witness. So yeah, we'll be back with more tomorrow. We're all streaming. Got a few people streaming right now. Last time I rated Flapper. Harvest Platinum Trophy hunting. Alright, let's go see what Flapper's doing. He's playing Crusader. I don't know what that is. No idea what this is. This is a Genesis game, apparently. You do get to hear every important detail. It's just dealing with her. Maybe it's my own voice for her, too. That's like, bleh. Alright, we're gonna go see what Flapper's doing. I think I owe more. I think we got to 25 likes, right? That's 150 for 25, and then another 50 for end of stream. So yeah, go say hi to Flapper, raid with me. Please, I would appreciate it. And I'll be back tomorrow for more of this. We'll pick up where we left off. Still with a hat, though. So yeah, thank you to everybody. Oh, 31. Extra 200. Wow, thanks everybody. All right, everyone, hope you all have a good night. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll hopefully, I don't know if we'll get through the entirety of the trial, but we'll try to figure it out all by tomorrow. That'd be great. See what happened. Go against Godot some more. So yeah, everybody have a good night. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.